14-year-old freshman Colt Gray opened fire, killing 4 and injuring 9 others.
It was like 10 shots, about a 3-second or 4-second pause, and then like 7 more.
According to investigators, Gray carried an AR-15 style rifle onto a school bus that morning, the barrel sticking out of his backpack wrapped in poster board. 4 people would lose their lives that day: 14-year-old students Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angelou, 53-year-old math teacher Christina Arimi, and 39-year-old football coach Richard "Ricky" Aspinwall. Colt Gray has been indicted on 55 felony counts, including 25 counts of aggravated assault. He is not the only one facing charges in this tragedy. Colt's father, Colin Gray, faces charges of second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. Prosecutors say Colin admitted to buying the rifle that his son used in the mass shooting, and did so knowing that the teen was a danger to himself and others. Deputies interviewed the Grays about a year before the shooting, based on FBI tips about alleged threats posted on the online platform Discord.
I don't know anything about him saying like that, and I'm going to be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away, and they won't be accessible.
His father, Colin, has been granted a change of venue in his case. If he's found guilty of murder, he could face up to 180 years in prison.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
14-year-old freshman Colt Gray opened fire, killing 4 and injuring 9 others.
It was like 10 shots, about a 3-second or 4-second pause, and then like 7 more.
According to investigators, Gray carried an AR-15 style rifle onto a school bus that morning, the barrel sticking out of his backpack wrapped in poster board. 4 people would lose their lives that day: 14-year-old students Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angelou, 53-year-old math teacher Christina Arimi, and 39-year-old football coach Richard "Ricky" Aspinwall. Colt Gray has been indicted on 55 felony counts, including 25 counts of aggravated assault. He is not the only one facing charges in this tragedy. Colt's father, Colin Gray, faces charges of second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. Prosecutors say Colin admitted to buying the rifle that his son used in the mass shooting and did so knowing that the teen was a danger to himself and others. Deputies interviewed the Grays about a year before the shooting, based on FBI tips about alleged threats posted on the online platform Discord.
I don't know anything about him saying like that, and I'm gonna be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away, and they won't be accessible.
His father, Colin, has been granted a change of venue in his case. If he's found guilty of murder, he could face up to 180 years in prison.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
You said it's appropriately marked there?
Here, and they're 142 and 143 for the 2 voicemails, which are on the hard drive. We were going to try to rearrange things, but that was going to be really difficult, so I just...
So I have the first one that was playing is 150, the second one is 143. Tell me what.
150 should be 142.
Okay. All right. What were you saying, Mr. Berry? Sorry.
Thank you, Hunter. I can, I don't know whether the state wants to look through these after I read these numbers out, see if they want to pull any of these or not.
After seeing Mr. Berry's list last time, in anticipation of this, with the court's permission, we'll pull them up electronically. That just seems a lot more seamless if it's more than a couple.
Can we just make a copy of your list? Would that be possible?
Sure.
Would you like a copy of it too, Your Honor?
Yes, please. And these are about to be introduced? Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, I just kind of didn't do the top part. Is that what it is? Is that right? Yeah.
So, Mr. Berry, I'm looking at your list. Next to certain groupings of numbers, it says okay. Does that mean there's no issue with those?
Right. I was just making those notes myself.
Okay. So there's an issue with 145.38. I'm asking you, that's a question.
Up to that, the first series of photographs are just of the interior of the home. There's no probative value for those. There was nothing found in those areas that the state plans to put into evidence. I don't see any reason to put in the condition of the home, whether they've got clothes scattered on the floor or not. I don't think that has anything to do with the case at all. So anything that just shows a condition of each particular room, I don't think would have any probative value.
We're reviewing them, Your Honor. And you said 145.18 through 145.38?
There's about 20 of them, I think. 18 through 35.
And Judge, do you want us to display these for you first and then me argue, or me to argue continuously, or?
Well, it helps if I see them, I suppose.
And we can display them on the
Screen.
We don't have an objection to that one, Judge,
All right.
or that one. I think it's the first series is the ones that we have objections to. Anything dealing with
Is there something before 18 or before 18?
Yes, 1 through 17.
There's 1 through 17.
You'll be relieved to hear. Do a walkthrough.
Do you just want me to go through them, or do you want?
I think they have several of the home. I don't know what purpose the number of vehicles would be at that particular location. I don't think it has any probative value, doesn't add anything or subtract anything from the case.
And Judge, I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of blanket address that in no case that I've ever tried have I not been able to show pictures of the crime scene, or pictures of relevant aspects of the case. We just came off a day of testimony about the conditions of the home, about the living situation of this family. We have tailored down thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures down to about 140 for our previous witness. I think this one we have a similar amount, slightly less, I think. The pictures that he's challenging, and obviously we'll show them for the court for you to make a ruling, but these are contextual pictures. The state has to be allowed to present our case how we want to present our case. And in this situation, we are providing context, providing orienting photos, both for the witness and for the jury. We are providing photos of the home that this family was living in, similar to the oral testimony and evidence that was presented yesterday. For example, this first picture shows the address of the home that was testified to yesterday. This is showing this is the home at the address that was talked about. Sure. And do you want us to just kind of flip through?
I think so.
Just tell us if you'd like us to stop or slow down. These are just the different sides of the house. Obviously, none of those are cumulative. That will be for context. That's not an exhibit itself. This is walking into the house. This is showing the area that Colin Gray came out of on the body cam that was seen yesterday that wasn't visible on camera. And Judge, it also helps the crime scene technician explain how she walks through the house, how she does her process. We want to avoid the jury asking questions about, well, why didn't they look in the kitchen? Why didn't they go through the garage? We have to be able to explain our investigation. And again, we trim this down to essentially one picture to cover each area of the house unless and until there is something more relevant or more probative that we need to provide additional context to.
And my argument, Judge, basically is you just don't take a whole lot of pictures unless it shows something of value. There's nothing of value that's shown from any of these photographs, the first series of photographs, other than the fact that there are things that are disarray. 17, of course, is one that we didn't have any objection to. Anything that shows any evidence that was found, we don't have an objection to.
And
But
Judge,
there was no evidence found, and there's been no testimony about the condition of the house up to now that I know of. So trying to show the condition of the house, does that put his character into issue?
And
I think they're going a little bit too far. You don't have to have, if you want to show your case and what you found there, then show it. But why show dirty clothes laying over in the corner? That has nothing to do with anything.
And Judge, again, Mr. Berry doesn't get to tell us how to present our case. I don't feel that his objections to this, he's more taking umbrage with how we're presenting our case than giving a valid legal objection. So you have 145.17, so this is showing a box that has ammunition in it. We need to show the jury, where is that box in the room? What room is that? Where is that room in the house? Where is that room in relation to Colt's room? Where is that room in relation to the rest of the family? And we have provided a very narrowly tailored number of photos to show that.
You keep scrolling. And how many are there?
And certainly, Judge, we're not trying to tell the state how to try their case. They can try it any way they want to. What we're trying to say is, you got to try the case according to the law. And if it doesn't fit, there's things that shouldn't be going in, then why put them in?
Keep scrolling.
I think that's the end of the ones he was objecting to in the first set. Is that correct, Mr. Berry?
I'm sorry.
I think that was the ones that so we got 17 through 37 are
Correct.
okay. So we'll hop down to 41 is,
No objection.
41 is what?
41, it says NP, is that, what's NP stand for?
Can you pull 41 back up again?
we're looking for it. That's 36.
On one slide.
That one here.
41, this is a photograph of a bag. A bag, I'm sure that they're gonna, I don't know what they're gonna have in it at that particular point in time, but what's that bag got to do with anything?
Well, I
It's
assume
somebody
that's,
else's writing.
I assume that's an evidence bag, not a bag that's found that way, so.
And yes, sir, again, we need to be able to orient the jury. We also need to be able to orient our witness. We have a very competent agent from the GBI who's going to be testifying to this, but I can't expect her to look at a pile of bullets and know exactly where those bullets are from this crime scene without giving her something to orient it. Again, we tailored it down to one photo of the bag that the bullets are in, and
We'll go to 65.
Well, I'm sure if she's a competent agent, she's gonna have those bullets in the bag, so when I take a picture of the bag and then when I have the bag up there, we generally don't send the bag right out.
because if we showed bullets without context, our very competent defense attorneys would be beating their chest about how we don't even know where those came from.
Do you have an objection to 65, which on the screen? Your list looks like you do, but
Anything showing projectiles, Judge, or gun parts or guns, certainly we don't have an objection to, and there's no reason for us to object to this. It's the other issues.
okay. It's just, it was on the list that I was given. It looks like it says PV is your note.
Right, I went through it fairly quickly, so I may have written something and then went back and looked at it.
What, do we know what PV is?
66, 67 are okay. 90, I think, is the next one. I just don't know what possible value that would have. It doesn't orient anybody to anything. Nothing was found there. Why?
And
Just the next one.
yeah, and Judge, I would argue the fact that Mr. Berry doesn't know why this is relevant kind of underscores why this is relevant. Because if you go to the next slides, we've done this just as the crime scene photography is trained to do. We have a zoomed out picture. We go to the next slide. We zoom into a shelf. Oh, what is that? We go to the next slide. That is a gun case. We go to the next slide. Inside is a gun lock. narrowly tailored, very relevant, non-prejudicial.
I think the agent can testify about what they found. I don't think you have to show everything on the show.
And again, it's relevant, and this is how we decided to present the case, and non-prejudicial.
All right, 101, 102.
This is 101, Your Honor.
Is it, I'm sorry, I'm just vague on what PV is. Is it a relevance or cumulative or?
What does PB mean?
It's a closet with clothes. I can't.
I'm asking what your no PB means on your list, so we know what the objection is.
Probably value. I'm sorry.
That is helpful.
I assumed, but I didn't want to assume.
And the ones that I had NP, that's not null cross. That was no property value.
Okay.
And Judge, yeah, this is an orienting photo. It shows a room. It shows a closet with a gun sling on it. And it shows where that closet is located in the room, the context of the room. And
107.
I believe the objection here is probative value as well. I think targets are relevant to this case.
146.
We only go to 116.
So we don't,
Yeah, there's no 146, Judge.
there's a 116.
What's, Mr. Barry, what's the last one on your list? Is that 146?
146, 107, and 146.
And we only go through, was it 114? 116.
So, is there a 146 exhibit period? I assume there is.
There is, I think it's physical evidence, but I'll confirm that. That is physical evidence.
I think 146 is the third photo of what was on the wall. And I assume this big poster board, I haven't seen it yet. But, I assume that's the same thing. I think it's duplicitous to have multiple photographs of the same thing.
And Judge,
Well,
it's,
certainly the photograph shows where it is in the house to some degree.
correct, and the jury needs to be able to see as we zoom in. So I think that's what he's saying, it's duplicitous of, obviously in that picture, once you put that picture on the screen, it is hard to see what's in those lower photographs. So we've provided one additional photograph there to aid the jury in being able to see that.
And I'd like to take a look at the poster board before they put that up, just to be sure it's the same size. Don't know whether they line these pictures up and put it on that board or not.
Your Honor, that was over 2 weeks ago. The defense counsel came in and looked at that board.
I think I was here.
I saw you were not here, you were in trial.
I was not here, Judge, but I
Okay. Is the state saying this is the
Yes,
poster
sir.
board that's going to be tendered, the actual poster board that was removed?
No, Your Honor, there wasn't a poster board.
Okay,
But
put on a
those
poster board?
are by us, but that is the actual pictures that were
From
taken
the
off the
that are
wall.
on there.
Okay.
They're not copies, they're not reproductions, they are the actual pictures.
And Judge, we also do need to be able to show that us reassembling that on the poster board is accurate in relation to the photos.
Well, they don't have to show the, they've got 4 pictures of the same thing, plus they got a poster board. That to me is about as duplicitous as you can get.
So in general, just kind of taking these as a whole, some of the photographs are highly probative, some of the photographs are a fair bit less probative. But in order to keep them out, I've got to find that the probative value is substantially outweighed by unfair prejudice, or being needlessly cumulative. I'm not I'm not able to find that it's substantially outweighed as to the exhibits that we just reviewed. And that's the standard for keeping it out, so the objection's noted for the record, but.
Thank you.
Brooks, if they're ready, if you'll bring the jury in. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Apologize for the delay when I took the bench, found out there was an evidentiary issue we needed to work through, so we did that a couple of times. We're ready for the state to call us next, please.
The state calls Special Agent Heather Lashley. Okay, you want to go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can have a seat. And if you want to go ahead and just introduce yourself to the jury and tell us where you're employed.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Heather Lashley, and I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation out of the Atlanta Regional Office.
Okay. And how long have you been with the GBI?
Just over 3 years.
And what's your role in the Atlanta division of the GBI?
I'm a special agent and crime scene specialist.
Tell me a little bit more about what you do in your capacity as a crime scene specialist.
So a crime scene specialist is essentially a special agent who is solely assigned to process crime scenes. So when we respond to various incidents, I'm not generally the one out doing interviews or things of that nature. My sole purpose is to process the crime scene.
Okay. And so we met Daniela Stewart a couple days ago. Does your role kind of mirror what she does in other regions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in your capacity as a crime scene specialist and as a GBI agent, did you respond to Apalachee High School on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, I did.
And tell me about how you ended up becoming involved.
So initially, I responded to Apalachee High School to provide crime scene assistance due to the nature of the scene. I knew it was going to be fairly complex. Once I arrived at the school, I was then reassigned to a different location for additional crime scene related.
And tell me about where that location was that you got reassigned to.
I was reassigned to 896 Harrison Mill Road in Bethlehem, Barrow County, Georgia.
Okay. And whose residence was that?
That was the Gray residence. So that was occupied by Colt Gray, Colin Gray, and 2 additional siblings.
And what was your role going to be at that location?
My role was to process the residence as a crime scene. So taking photographs, locating any items of evidence, collecting any evidence that I found there.
And around when did you arrive at 896 Harrison Mill Road in Bethlehem?
Approximately 2 p.m. on the same day, September 4th.
All right. And give us kind of a general description of this residence at this property.
So I would describe it as just a simple single-story home. There was a gravel driveway that led from the roadway to a carport on the north side of the house. It was a tan and color home with dark brown and color shutters, a front porch on the front of the house, an open front yard, pretty large backyard that was partially fenced in.
And did you photograph the outside of the residence as well as the interior of the residence and anything relevant within the home?
Yes, I did.
Did you also do a sketch of the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you create that sketch?
So I created the sketch using a software called Zone, and that's the program that I routinely use to create my crime scene sketches.
Okay, so is it an exactly to scale sketch of the home?
No, it is not to scale.
Okay, so as far as like, if we're looking at an architectural diagram, it's not 1/10 of an inch equals 1 foot or anything like that?
Correct. It just shows the general layout of the residence.
Okay, and is it a fair and accurate depiction of the layout of the residence that you photographed?
Yes, it is.
And so we're going to introduce that sketch at that time. Let me give you the physical copy. And this is stage 144. Is this a sketch that you did that day?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That's a fair and accurate copy of the sketch?
Yes, ma'am.
So Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 144.
Suppose that's for demonstrative purposes only.
All right, you agree it's demonstrative? I mean, did he?
Not, I think that's something we can discuss later, Judge.
It's admitted, the admission.
All right, so we're going to pull that up on the screen. It's showing up in front and behind you. And can you just kind of talk us through the layout of the house?
Yes, ma'am. So I entered the residence through a doorway that was in the carport / garage area. So upon entering through that doorway, I was located in the kitchen. There were 2 doorways on the kitchen, one that attached to a laundry room / bedroom area and one that connected to the living room. When you go into the living room, that's where the front door was located. There's also a hallway that led to the remainder of the house. There were 2 doors located on either side of the hallway that were a combination of bedrooms, a bathroom, and then just a general room.
Okay. And you referenced that you took photographs of the residence, both outside and inside. I'm going to show you a stack of photos that defense counsel has already gone through. You don't have to go through everyone if you don't feel like you need to. Have you previously reviewed those photos of the crime scene or of the scene?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are they fair and accurate depictions of your photographs at that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we would tender State's Exhibits 145.1 through 145.114.
Any objections to
Previous objections, just ask for a standing objection.
Yes, sir. Prior objections noted, overruled 141.1 through 145.1 through 145. Did you say 114?
Yes, sir. All right, so we're going to kind of go through these one at a time, and I'll just have you sort of talk me through what we're looking at. We will start with 145.1 and tell me what we see here.
So this is just an overall photograph of the house. In this photo, I'm standing farther down the driveway, closer to the road, so you can see the address as well as the actual house in the background.
Okay, and let me go ahead and ask you, we see, are those law enforcement vehicles and law enforcement officers, a few that we see in that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so before you arrived, you said you got there about 2 p.m. Was this residence secured and maintained in the same condition as before law enforcement arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll go to 145.2. What do we see here?
This is just another overall of the house. I've just moved a little farther up the driveway.
Okay, and 0.3.
This is the north side of the house, showing the carport, part of the driveway, and part of the front and backyards.
And 0.4.
This is the back of the house.
Okay, and 0.5.
The front of the house.
Okay, and would the driveway be to the left when we're looking at it that way?
If you're facing the house, yes, the driveway is to the left.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. So the next few pictures we'll talk about are going into that carport and garage. Can you tell us what door appeared to be the door that people used coming and going from the house?
So there was a doorway in the carport. As I said, that was the one I entered to go into the residence. That was the door that appeared to be routinely used to go in and out.
Okay.
So we'll go to the next slide, which is 145.6.
This is an overall of that carport and garage area.
0.7.
A closer up photo. At this point, I'm partially in the garage and you can see the doorway there in the corner.
0.8.
This is a close up of the stairs and the doorway.
And going in, was that the kitchen that we were looking into in that open door?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's look at pictures of the kitchen.
This is one of my overall photos of the kitchen. At this point, I'm standing in that open doorway.
And that was 0.9, so we'll go to 0.10.
This is another overall of the kitchen. At this point, I've moved to a different corner of the room and I'm making my way around the room taking photos.
Okay. And 0.11.
Again, another overall. This is from that same corner and I'm moving to my left taking photos.
All right, and with that door to the garage, oh, there we go. So 0.12. You can go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. That's the door that leads to the garage.
Sorry, I got ahead of you. 0.13.
This is another overall of the kitchen. You can see the doorway that leads to the carport and also the doorway that connects to the living room.
All right, so that's the living room we see there to the left of the carport.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just a second. Council, you want to-
What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photo of the doorway that connected to the laundry room / bedroom.
Okay, and where is that in relation to the garage?
So that wall where the doorway to go to the carport was, this is that same wall. So this would be the north wall in the kitchen.
Okay, and is that accurately reflected on the diagram?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's go to the next one. This is 0.15.
This is one of my overall photos of that laundry room from the perspective of me standing in the doorway.
Okay, and 0.16.
Another overall, at this point, I've moved farther into the room and I'm facing back towards the doorway.
Okay. And again, I kind of hit on this, but when you go through and photograph a house, do you first photograph it in the exact condition that you find it in before y'all manipulate things or go through anything?
Yes, we do.
Okay. So we'll go to 0.17.
This is a close-up of a plastic tote that was in that laundry room, and you can see some ammunition boxes in the tote.
Okay. And 0.18.
This is just a closer-up photo of that ammunition box.
All right, go to the next one. 19.
This is a tactical style vest that was located in the laundry room.
All right. And the next one. This is 20.
This is an overall of an ammunition can that was also located in the laundry room.
We'll go to 21.
This is an overall of the contents of the box once I open the lid.
All right, so this is that same box we saw in the previous picture, that green one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And we'll go to 22.
This is a close-up photo of some cartridges and cartridge cases that were loose in the bottom of the box.
Okay. And did you have to do anything to unlock that box, or was it secured in any way that you weren't able to get into it initially?
No, ma'am. It has a handle to keep it secure, but there's no actual physical lock on the box.
Okay. We'll go to the next one. That was 22. This is 23.
This is another photograph of some ammunition that was located in the laundry room, just within a plastic tote in that room.
Okay. And the next one is 0.24.
A close-up photograph of that same ammunition.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide.
This is a close-up of the ammunition can that we showed a few photos ago.
Okay, and that's 0.25. So is that after y'all took that into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. 0.26.
Again, this is the contents inside the box once I open the lid.
Okay. We'll go to 0.27.
These are all the boxes of ammunition that I removed from the box and laid out to photograph.
So all of these were contained within that green box?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And point 28?
And this is after I removed the contents of those boxes, just showing how many cartridges were in each box.
And the next slide.
This is just a close-up of those cartridges showing their caliber.
That was point 29. And we'll go to the next one, 30.
A close-up of one of the other boxes of ammunition,
And the next one is point 31.
and the contents inside that box.
And the next one is point 32.
Close-up of a different box of ammunition.
All right. And the next one, 33.
And again, the contents that were inside that box.
And we'll go to the next slide.
A different ammunition box
Okay. And that's point 34.
and the contents of that box.
And that is point 35. We'll go to the next slide.
This is an overall of what remained in the can after I removed the boxes from it.
Okay. And that's point 36. So these are not ones that you previously photographed. Those are additional at the bottom.
Correct.
Of the
These were
box.
just loose in the bottom of the box.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, point 37.
This is an overall of which cartridges were loose in the box. As you can see, I laid them out and I wrote beside each one the make, the caliber, and how many there were.
Okay. And can you just kind of read out what, basically what you've got written there?
Yes, ma'am. So I have 2 PMC 308 Winchester cartridges. I have 12 FC 45 auto handgun cartridges, 1 FC 40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge, 1 Spear 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge, and 1 Winchester 40 Smith & Wesson cartridge.
Okay. Thank you. And we'll go to the next slide.
This is an overall of one of the evidence bags showing the barcode.
Okay. And what is that your writing on there?
No, it is not.
Okay. Is your handwriting better than that?
I hope so.
What is this? What's labeled on the bag?
It says loose ammo from laundry room.
Is that accurate as to where it was collected from?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's point 38. And we'll go to the next one, point 39.
And this was the contents that were inside that bag.
Okay. We'll go to the next one. That's point 40.
This is a head stamp of either a cartridge or a cartridge case. It's hard to tell in that photo.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. Point 41.
And overall of a difference evidence bag.
Okay. And what's the writing on that say?
It says ammo, secondary search, laundry room.
Okay. And when we say secondary search, what's that in reference to?
So generally a secondary search is what we do after we've done our initial search and marked any items of evidence that were readily visible. Once we've photographed, documented, and collected those, we will then do a secondary search in which we will move things that we may not have previously moved. It's more of just a secondary sweep to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Okay. And that's 41. And we'll go to the next slide.
And these are the cartridges that were in that bag.
Okay. And that's 42. And the next slide.
And overall of a Remington ammunition box.
That's 43. And the next slide.
And the contents that were in that box.
Okay, that's 44. And we'll go, before we go on through the house, I'm going to show you what we marked as case exhibit 146. And can you identify what this is for the jury? And is this heavier than it looks as I walk this up here?
Yes, it is heavy. Okay. This is the ammunition box that was collected from the laundry room.
Okay. And does it appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you collected it from the laundry room?
Yes, ma'am.
After y'all photographed the contents of that box, did you put the contents back in the box and seal it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And since I'll go ahead and tender State's Exhibit 146 into evidence.
No objection. Does it have the bullets in it?
Yes, sir. Everything that was contained in it at the house is back in it now.
146 is it?
And I will not have you open that up since you photographed so thoroughly the contents of it. But I do have one more from that room. This is State's Exhibit 147. And can you identify what this is for the jury?
This is the tactical vest that's been packaged, that was located in the laundry room.
Okay. And is that bag and sealed everything in substantially the same condition as when y'all placed it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and I'm going to have you open that up and show that to the jury. And Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 147.
All right, 147.
All right. Yeah, if you want to stand up and hold that up, I don't think you need to step down. But, thank you. All right.
Do you want me to put it back in the bag?
And yeah, sure. Whatever's easiest. If you need me to get it out of your way, let me know. All right. And we'll go back to a few pictures before I bring you something else.
Okay.
This is going to be State's Exhibit 145.45. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Just an overall photograph showing the doorway to the carport and the doorway to the living room.
Okay. And so we're now going to go into that living room. And on the next slide, should be 46. Tell us about this.
This is one of my overalls of the living room, just showing where the furniture was and the overall appearance of the room.
Okay, so is this kind of from the direction of that doorway?
Generally, yes, slightly to the left.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one, 47.
This is more of a straight ahead view of me standing in the doorway, but this is again, more furniture and you can see the front door and the window in the living room.
Okay, so just to be clear, that door on the left side of this picture, that's the front door to the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you said that it appeared the garage door was the one people used to enter and exit, is kind of the stuff in front of that door the reason why you concluded that?
Yes, ma'am. It would, based on where the furniture is, the items hanging from the door and the items in front of the door, it seemed that it was not feasible that someone was regularly going in and out of that door.
Okay. And now we'll go to point 48.
Another overall from inside the living room. This is, if you're standing in the doorway, this is the wall to the right of the doorway.
Okay. And we'll go to 49.
Another overall from the living room. You can see the doorway that leads back to the kitchen, and you can also partially see where the hallway starts.
All right. Is that going to be the hallway that has all the bedrooms off of it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, point 50.
Another overall of the living room, again, just showing the furniture and the contents.
Okay. And so now we're going to show a little bit of that hallway. And we'll go to point 51.
This is an overall showing just the general layout of the hallway.
Okay. And can you kind of tell us which rooms we see? I know it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but
yes, ma'am. So in this perspective, I'm standing in the living room facing the hallway. At the very end, you can see a door. That is just a closet. If you're moving down the hallway on your right side, the first room is the just general, almost gamer setup type room.
Mhm.
The room at the end of the hallway on the right is a bedroom. And on the left wall, the first room on the left is a bathroom, and the second room on the left at the end of the hall is another bedroom.
okay. Is that a pretty narrow hallway?
It is.
Okay. And you said that door on the end with the damage to it, that's a closet?
Yes, it's a closet.
Okay. And we'll go to point 52.
This is another overall of the hallway. I've moved a little bit further down so you can see the rooms a little bit better.
Okay. So what's this first door on our left?
The first door on our left is a bathroom.
Okay. And the door directly across from it?
That was identified as Colt's room.
Okay. And that was point 52. So now we're going to look at that first bathroom that was on the left. And we'll pull up point 53.
This is one of my overalls, just showing the condition of the bathroom.
Okay. And how many bathrooms total were there in the house?
2.
Okay. We'll go to point 54.
This is a perspective of me standing in the bathroom doorway. I'm taking a photograph of the doorway directly across from the bathroom.
Okay. And you said that's what was identified as Colt's room?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the next slide is .55.
This is an overall near the end of the hallway. You can see that same closet door, and on the right and left are doorways to the bedrooms.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide. So next we're going to talk about, was that last room next to the bathroom, was that identified as Jenny Gray's room, the daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's show the next slide. This is .56.
This is just an overall of the doorway leading into Jenny's room.
All right, and it's kind of hard to see in this picture. Is that damage to the door next to the doorknob?
There is some damage to the door, yes.
Okay, and we'll go in .57.
This is one of my overalls of Jenny's room. Oh, you're fine.
And smoothly going into .58.
Just another overall as I'm making my way around the room.
Okay, and the next slide, .59.
Another overall of Jenny's room, and you can see the doorway there that leads to her connected bathroom.
Okay, and we'll go into that bathroom. As the only point of entrance for that bathroom in Jenny's room.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, it did appear that that was a bathroom exclusively used by Jenny based on what you could tell.
Based on the contents, yes.
Okay. So we'll show .60.
These are just some of the contents that were in that bathroom.
Okay. And so we're next going to go to this back corner bedroom. Did that appear to be Colin Gray's bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he appear to also share that with his youngest son, Coley?
It appeared that way, yes.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, .61.
This is one of my overalls of the doorway of Colin's room.
Okay. And .62.
Another overall of the inside of the room.
Okay. Go to .63.
Another overall, just moved the camera down to try to capture the whole room.
Gotcha. We'll go to the next slide, .64.
Another overall of that same bedroom as I'm making my way around the room.
All right. And the next slide is .65.
This is an overall of a pair of swim goggles that I located in that bedroom. And inside the goggles, you can see what was identified as one bore sight and one rifle cartridge.
Okay. And is that, fortunately we had that orienting picture. Is this zoomed in from where the previous picture was?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we'll go to the next picture.
This is that same pair of goggles. It's just now been identified with evidence marker 22.
Okay. And you said that was a bore sight and a cartridge in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just a close-up of the contents of the goggles.
All right. And that's .67. And is that object on the left, the bore sight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. .68.
This is an overall of the closet that was in Colin's room.
Okay. And .69.
Another overall focusing more on the top of the closet.
Okay. And .70.
One of my overalls photographing the top shelf that was in the closet.
All right. And it's kind of hard to see in this picture, and we'll see clearer, but what are those boxes that we're seeing?
Various ammunition boxes.
Okay. We'll go to the next picture. It's .71.
That's another overall. That's the opposite side of that same shelf in the top of the closet.
Okay. And next slide.
These were overalls of some firearms that were located in that closet after I removed the clothing that was covering them.
Okay. Were there two firearms up there?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And we'll go to the next picture. That was .72. This is .73.
This is a overall photograph of a box of handgun ammunition that was in the top of the closet.
All right. And we'll go to the next slide, .74.
This is another overall of one of the firearms that's been marked with evidence marker 17.
Okay. And .75.
This was a pile of magazines that were located in the top of the closet that have been marked with evidence marker 19.
All right. And .76.
This is an overall of the closet, still with all the clothing on top of the contents of the closet.
Okay. So is this kind of on the left side of the closet?
Yes, ma'am.
If
If you're
you're
facing the
looking at it.
closet, it would be more to the left.
Okay. .76, and we'll go to the next one, .77.
This is the same boxes of ammunition that have been marked with evidence marker 16, and this photo, the clothing has been moved from on top of them.
Okay. And next. .78.
This is a close-up photo of all the boxes of ammunition that I retrieved from the top of the closet.
Okay, and I'll go ahead and ask, was that closet locked or secured in any way that y'all weren't able to get into it?
No, ma'am, the closet door was open when I got there.
Okay. So that's .78. We'll go to .79. What do we see here?
A close-up photo of the .40 caliber Smith & Wesson ammunition box.
Okay. And .80.
This was the contents inside that box.
Okay. And .81.
An overall of another ammunition box and the contents that were inside that box.
Okay. And .82.
An overall of a different ammunition box.
Okay, and we'll go to the next one, .83.
These were the contents inside that box.
Okay, and are all these that we're looking at recovered from that top closet shelf next to those firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll go to the next one, .84.
An overall of a 12 gauge shotgun ammunition box.
Okay. We'll go to .85.
The contents recovered from that box.
All right, and is that your writing next to it, identifying what it is?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and can you just read that for us if you could see it? I know it's not super clear.
Apologies if I pronounced the name wrong, but 16 cellular and billet 12 gauge shotgun shells.
Okay. And this is .86.
This is an overall of a different ammunition box and the contents of that box.
And that's .87. And how many is that?
19 12 gauge shotgun shells.
Okay. And we'll go to .88.
An overall of a different ammunition box.
And .89.
The contents that were in that box.
Okay. Go to .90. So we're back in the room. Can you tell us kind of where we are in the room at this point?
Yes, ma'am. So you can partially see it in that photo. The doorway to go in and out of the room is in the left corner of that photo. This would be the east wall in that room, and it's just a cubby style dresser against the wall.
Okay. And that was .90. So let's go to .91. And what are we looking at here?
This is a mid-range photo of the middle cubby on the top row of that dresser.
Okay, that's .91.
And this is a Glock box or case that was recovered from that cubby.
That's .92. We'll go to .93.
This is an overall of the contents that were inside that case.
Okay. And can you tell us just generally, at least what we can see about what these contents are?
So you can see there are 2 handgun magazines. There's a black and color, what's called a speed loaders to help you load your magazines. And there's also a gun lock in a Ziploc bag.
Okay. And was the Ziploc bag, did that appear to be the original packaging for the gun lock from what you could tell?
From what I could tell, yes.
Okay. And that's .93. So we'll go to the next one now. And before we go to the next one, I'll introduce a couple physical things. I do want to ask you, those firearms at the top of the closet, what were those 2 firearms?
One of them was a shotgun and the other was a rifle.
Okay. Was it like an AR style rifle?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was an AM-15 was the official brand of it.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 148. Can you just identify what that is?
Yes, ma'am. This is the Glock case that was recovered from that cubby in Colin's room.
All right. And does it appear to be in the same condition as when y'all took it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Judge, at this time, we would tender State's Exhibit 148.
Okay. 148.
Okay, I'm going to have you go ahead and if you can just sort of show the inside of it to the jury, then I'm going to ask you about a couple of the individual contents. So if you could pull out the gun lock in there and hold that up. Is that a pretty basic gun lock?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what's that paper that's inside with it? Have you reviewed that?
I have. Yes, ma'am. So this paper is provided by Glock. It's essentially just a safety form. It provides instructions on how to properly secure the gun lock. It also provides warnings on how to do so safely. And there are also photos depicting what the gun lock should look like when it's properly installed on various types of weapons.
Okay. And does it include like safety tips and that kind of thing as well to sort of explain that to the owner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what's the envelope that is also inside that lock case?
So this envelope contains just Glock's safety pamphlet provided by Glock, as well as a just general user manual for a Glock handgun.
Has that envelope been opened?
No, ma'am, it doesn't appear so.
Okay. I'll give you a second to consolidate that. All right, so we'll go back to the pictures. So we're talking about what you previously identified as Colt's room now. So this is that room that's directly across from the bathroom?
Correct.
Okay, and this is states 145.94. Tell us what we're looking at here and from where.
This is one of my overalls of Colt's room. In this perspective, I'm standing in the doorway and I'm facing generally the west wall.
Okay. And we will go to, is that a like computer screen right there that we see?
Yes, ma'am. There's a desk with a computer monitor, some video game equipment, and just some other assorted items on the desk.
Okay, and that's, so we see that a little clearer in states 145.95.
Yes, ma'am. Just another overall showing the desk and the chair and some contents that were in the floor.
All right, and is that still kind of from the doorway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is a pretty small room.
Yes, ma'am. It's not very big.
Okay. So this is 145.96. Tell us what we see here.
This is an overall photograph of the west wall. You can partially see the desk, and you can also see some things affixed to the wall.
Okay, and you say some things affixed to the wall, so we see what's right in front of us. We'll obviously be coming back to that. Was there really anything on the walls other than what we see in this picture, that skull and these items on the back wall?
There was one shelf mounted to the east wall, which is the wall where the doorway was located, but the only thing on the shelf was an empty shoebox, some loose papers, some push pins, nothing of relevance.
Okay. So we'll go to 145.97.
Another overall, just making my way around the room. This would be partially the south wall and part of the west wall.
Okay, and is that door right there, is that the door to the room or a closet door?
That is a closet door.
Okay, so that's 0.97. We'll go to the next one, 0.98.
Another overall, just a little bit lower photograph. You can see some more video game equipment and some assorted items in the chair and on the floor.
Okay, and we'll go to 0.99.
An overall facing downward, and you can see the broken computer and some tools on the floor.
Okay. And again, was this all the same condition as when law enforcement came into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is 145.100.
This is a photograph of a wire shelf that was in the room for some notebooks on the top shelf.
Okay, so we'll go to 0.101.
This is an overall of the closet that was in Colt's room.
Okay, so we'll go to 0.102.
Just another view of the closet.
Okay, and is this door on our left side, is that the entrance to the room?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And this is 0.103.
This is an overall of a black and color rifle sling and a tan soft rifle case that were located in that closet. They were both folded over the bar that's used to hang clothing from.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and provide to you state 149. State 152, I'll trade these for a couple of things you've accumulated. So here we have 149. If you want to go ahead and tell me what states 149 is.
149 is the rifle sling.
Okay, does that appear to be in the same condition as we now have to have and put it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Judge, at this time we would tender State's Exhibit 149.
All right, 149.
All right, yeah, and if you want to go ahead and open that up, and I'll have you display that for the jury. And so that is the rifle sling. Can you identify for us what State's Exhibit 150 is?
A 150 is the soft rifle case that you can see in that photo.
Okay, so is that this brown object that we see here?
Yes, it is.
All right, and is it in substantially the same condition as when y'all packaged it up and put it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 150.
All right, 150.
All right, I'm going to have you do your best to get that open and pull it out and display it for the jury. And once you're ready, I'll go back to the pictures, no rush.
Go ahead.
All right, so we'll now go to, so the picture we have up now is 103. We'll go to 145.104.
This is a close-up of the rifle sling. It has been marked as evidence marker 7.
And that's the rifle sling you just displayed for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we'll go to the next picture, 105.
This is a photograph of the rifle case after I opened it, just to show that there was nothing inside of it.
And that's the inside of that rifle case that you just displayed?
Yes, it is.
All right. We'll go to 106.
This is an overall of the top shelf inside that same closet, just showing the contents.
Okay. And we'll go to 107.
These are some targets that had been wadded up, and they were located in the bottom of the closet among some clothing and other assorted items.
Okay, and we saw some of those as well in 106 and 107. Can you tell us, when you say targets, what are those specifically?
These are shooting targets.
Okay. And we'll go to the next slide, 108.
This is an overall of a sight box, red dot sight, that was located in that same closet among some clothing.
Okay, we'll go to the next slide, 109.
This is a close-up photo of the box showing the brand information and a photograph of the site.
Okay, and we'll leave that up, and I'll go ahead and show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 151. And this, I'm actually going to hold off on that for 1 second because we have 2 exhibits in that bag. So you go to 110. All right, and what do we see here?
Some additional shooting targets that were located in that closet, and you can see some are unused, but some are used.
Okay, and the next one, 111.
This is a close-up of a target that had already been used.
Okay, we'll go to the next one, 112.
These were 2 additional targets that were used that were located in that closet.
Okay, and we'll go next, 113.
This is a photograph of a shotgun shell as well as another gun lock that were located in the bottom of that closet.
Okay. And 114.
This is a close-up photo of just the gun lock.
Okay. And so I'll go ahead and so you've got that bag in front of you. It's labeled, I believe it's 151 and 153. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And what are the contents of that bag?
This is the box for the red dot sight as well as the gun lock that is on the screen right now.
All right, do those appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you took them into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Judge, we would tender State's Exhibits 151 and 153.
Okay. 151 and 153 are.
All right, and if you can just hold up the site mark box for the jury, I won't have you open the box or anything. All right, and then moving on to 153, if you can hold up that gun lock. All right, and the other gun lock that was recovered from the house was in kind of a Ziploc bag. Is this one in a bag that has not been completely opened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so do you feel comfortable saying, does it appear that is an unused condition?
Yes, ma'am. There's a rip in the bag, but it's not nearly large enough that the gun lock could be removed without tearing the rest of the plastic.
Okay. I'm going to circle back. I have my numbering a little out of order. So this is 152. And I think this has kind of a combination of things in that bag. Can you identify what that bag is?
This bag contains one shotgun shell found in the subject's closets, evidence marker 15, and evidence marker 22.
Okay. And those appear to be in substantially the same condition as when you took them into evidence.
Yes, they do.
All right, Judge, we would tender State's Exhibit 152. All right, and I think you have you have a couple individual bags within there. Can you just tell us what each of those are?
Yes, ma'am. So each of the items that I just read off are packaged individually within their own coin envelope, and each coin envelope is then in this bag.
Okay. So will you just identify each one really quick?
Yes, ma'am. So each of these envelopes contain a shotgun shell. One was recovered from evidence marker 15, and one was recovered from Colt's closets. Each of these items are the two items that were previously observed in the swim goggles. One is the cartridge, and one is the bore sight.
Okay. So, and just order-wise, because I bounced around a little bit. So the bore sight, a couple of the shells were from Colin's room, and then another shell was from Colt's room.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to kind of clear up something that the jury may notice, was there a bed in the room that we're referring to as Colt's room?
Was there a bed?
Yes.
I'm sorry. No, there was not.
And what is your understanding of where Colt would actually sleep?
It was my understanding that Colt was sleeping in the laundry room that also was serving as a bedroom.
Okay. And at this point, we can go on to the next slide. So this is State's Exhibit 145.96. We're just going to kind of use this for reference. Tell me about what we're looking at here.
We are looking at the west wall in Colt's room. You can see the same desk that we discussed earlier, as well as a series of photographs and articles that were affixed to his wall.
Okay. Okay, and we're going to pull up the next picture, 145.115.
I'm sorry.
And what is that showing right there?
This is an overall of just the photographs and articles on the wall. I marked it as evidence marker 2.
Okay, and 116. I think there's 116. Okay. And what do we see here?
This is a close-up of some of the photographs that were lower down on the wall and difficult to see from farther away.
Okay. Okay. And Judge Mr. Smith pointed out that I have a numbering error. So I tendered 145 through 114. There's 116 photos. So I tender State's Exhibits 145.115 and 116 at this time. They were previously reviewed and discussed with defense counsel. I just had my number wrong.
So 145, 115, and 145, 116.
Yes, sir. I just, in my aggregate numbering, left those out.
Same objection that we made earlier.
All right, so overruling the objection, 145, 115, and 116.
Thank you. All right, So I want to talk about, I want to talk about what we're looking at here. Did you collect these photos and news articles on the wall into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were those affixed directly to the wall?
Yes, ma'am. They were affixed to the wall using push pins.
Okay. And in preparation for your testimony, did you use those, what was collected into evidence, the originals that were collected into evidence, and reassemble them on what's been marked as State's Exhibit 154?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you do that on a poster board?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just kind of in place of a wall?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use your crime scene photographs as reference to make sure that the way you affixed it was as close as possible to exactly how it's affixed in size and order on that wall?
Yes, I did.
All right, Judge, at this time, have you reviewed today State's 154 to make sure it's in the same condition as when you assembled that?
Yes, I have.
We attend State's Exhibit 154.
We would object, Judge, under the duplicitous aspect. Photograph.
All right, and as I understand it, these are what was actually removed from the wall?
Yes, sir, Judge, we're tendering the original shrine into evidence, reconstructed on the poster board, as obviously we couldn't take the whole wall.
All right, so the photographs, 154, it's admitted over objection.
So I'm going to bring this over and display it for the jury, and then we're going to talk about what we are looking at. So, Special Agent Lashley, can you start by telling me the approximate size of this shrine?
The approximate height of it was approximately 4 feet, 4 inches.
Okay. And let's talk about what we're looking at. Are you familiar with, are all the photos in this all of the same person?
They appear to be, yes.
And are all the news articles here related to that same person?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, I'm looking at a photo kind of down on the bottom right corner, and you can see it in the photo in front of you as well. That tactical vest that this individual is wearing, is that a similar vest to the one that you recovered from the laundry room?
Yes, ma'am. Obviously, the color is different, but the style is generally the same.
Okay. And who is this individual?
This individual is Nicholas Cruz.
And what is the significance of Nicholas Cruz?
Nicholas Cruz perpetrated a mass shooting event at Parkland High School in Florida on February 14th of 2018. During that incident, there were 17 people killed, including teachers and students.
Okay. Were there also several injured as well?
Yes, sir.
In collecting the evidence, did you review that are all these news articles related to that shooting?
Yes, they are.
At Parkland High School?
Correct.
And you testified, again, I know we saw the pictures, but in orienting to Colt's room, where was this shrine?
So if you were standing in the doorway of Colt's room, this shrine would have been on the wall across from the doorway. The doorway was on the east wall. This shrine was on the west wall.
And I'll ask you, before I sit down, just as you recovered all the evidence, did any of the firearms that you recovered have a gun lock or any other safety mechanism on them?
No, they didn't.
Did you find any gun safes in the house?
No, ma'am.
Did you find any other kind of safe or secured location that a rifle could have been stored?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further from me, but Mr. Barry or Mr. Hodge may have some questions. Thank you.
Cross.
Good morning, Aiden.
Good morning, sir.
Were you given any information before you went to the home to do your search?
Can you be more specific? What type
well,
of information?
who did you talk with before you went to the home? You had to get information where the home was. So
So-
who did you talk with before you got there?
My direct supervisor, Special Agent in Charge, Lavender, out of the Region 10 office, is the one who directed me to go to the home and process it. He provided me the address, and I responded from the school to the home.
All right. And did he give you the caliber of the weapon that had been used in the shooting at the school?
No, sir, it was still very early on. I didn't get a lot of information.
Okay. And when you went through the home, as you showed us, the room at the far end on the left, you determined was Jenny's room.
Correct.
And would you classify that as the master bedroom normally in the house because it had an adjoining bathroom?
For most homes, possibly. For that home, I would say yes. It was the largest bedroom and it did have an adjoining bath.
Okay. So it was the largest bedroom and it had its own bath.
Correct.
Okay. And where you put the father's room, which is on the other side, correct? Far
Correct.
right-hand side?
Yes.
Did that appear to be shared, bunk bed shared with the younger son, Coley?
Yes, it did.
Okay. So he shared that room with him.
Yes, it appeared that way.
And who gave you the information that Colt slept in the laundry room?
I can't recall exactly who gave it to me. One of the agents that I met with when I first responded to the house.
Okay. Did you find a photograph in that laundry room where a bed would be?
There was a bed in the laundry room, yes.
Okay. And, excuse me, going through some of the cartridges that you found in this box, I think the, let's see. This appears to be a military type box, at least it was when I was in the military. Is that what you would call it?
Yes, sir. It's used by law enforcement and military commonly.
Just for the record, what exhibit number is that?
And this is 146. And you went through that box and told us all the ammunition. Did you find any weapons in the house that matched the cartridges that you found?
I found a shotgun in the house as well as multiple boxes of shotgun shells. So yes, those would match. And I also found multiple different calibers of rifle ammunition. The rifle on the top of the closet, I'm not positive which caliber it would be, so I can't confirm or deny that.
Okay. Well, you told us that you found 2 308s, correct?
Boxes or just cartridges?
In the box that I just showed you.
Yes,
I
I
think
found
you-
several 308s.
Okay. 12.45 caliber
Yes,
and Smith and Wesson, different makes, but 4 Smith and Wesson type bullets.
I found multiple types of handgun bullets. Yes.
Okay. And did you find a handgun?
Not in the home, in Mr. Gray's vehicle, yes.
Okay. And you searched his vehicle also?
Myself and Special Agent Andrew Still did, yes.
And was there a Smith and Wesson found or a 45?
Neither. It was a Glock 43X.
Okay. So you didn't find a 45 nor a Smith and Wesson?
No, sir.
How many Glock bullets did you find in this case?
So generally, you will not find a cartridge that has Glock imprinted on it. Glock is the manufacturer of the handgun.
Right. It's 9mm though, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many 9mm did you find?
I don't recall, sir.
And you indicated that you found an AR style weapon in the top of the closet where Colin Gray slept, correct?
Correct.
And did any of the bullets in this case fit that particular firearm?
I'm not sure, sir. I did not attempt to load that firearm.
Okay. You didn't check to see what caliber it might be?
I examined the exterior of the rifle and it was identified as a multi-cal, which means it's capable of firing more than one type of caliber. There was not one specific caliber listed or imprinted on the rifle.
Okay. And the 208s, what are they? Caliber 208s that you testified to, I think.
I don't recall testifying about a 208, sir.
Okay.
Or
Were there-
testified about 308s.
Were there any found there?
308s, yes.
Okay. You remember how many?
No, sir, multiple boxes.
Okay. Now, the photographs that we see here, these are not cut out of a newspaper, correct?
I'm not sure where they originated from, sir.
Okay. Don't they look like they were printed on a printer?
Potentially, yes.
Is that correct?
They could appear that way. Again, I'm not sure where they originated from.
Okay. But they don't look like a newspaper where you cut it out of a newspaper, do they?
The physical photos, no, they do not.
Okay. Do you know when those were printed?
No, sir.
Do you know when those were put on the wall?
No, sir.
The site mark box that you saw, did anyone give you any information that there was corresponding site mark on the weapon that was used at the school?
No, sir. I never saw any of the evidence that was collected from the school.
Okay. So primarily your duties was to go there and photograph everything pretty much that you saw. That'd be fair to say.
My role as a crime scene specialist is to photograph the crime scene in its entirety. So that includes the outside and inside overalls. And if I see something of evidentiary value, then yes, additional mid-range and close-up photographs of that item.
Okay. And do you sometimes get impressions about what you see?
What do you mean, sir?
I mean, if you see, for instance, the computer that was sitting on the floor in what was called Colt's room, the computer looked like it had been taken apart. Is that what it looked like to you?
Yes.
Okay. Components were on the floor.
Yes.
You don't know when that may have been done either, right?
I'm not sure.
Could you tell by what was taken apart on the computer why it may have been taken apart?
No, sir. I'm not a computer expert. I would have no idea of the inner workings of a hard drive.
Did anyone collect that computer to your knowledge?
I collected it and turned it over to the GBI's digital forensic investigators.
Okay, and which agent did you turn it over to?
Danielle Murphy.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a recess now. It may be longer than our normal morning recess. Juror 122, you ready to do? Okay. If you'll hang back, and then just, you can stay in the box, but we'll go ahead and be in recess. Good morning. My bailiff informed me that you mentioned to a bailiff that you knew someone at Mike's Gun Room. Is that right? And I believe yesterday some certified business records were tendered from Mike's Gun Room. I don't think we've gone through them, but they were admitted into evidence yesterday. So can you tell me, just tell me when it came to your attention that maybe you know somebody involved?
Yesterday.
When that was tendered?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me who you know at Mike's Gun Room? The owner of Mike's Gun Room? And what is the nature of your relationship with him?
I've shot there quite a bit, just, chatting with him and stuff.
Okay. It also has a gun range? Did you say you shot there?
I said shot.
Shot, sorry. Okay. Ballpark, how many times you been in there?
The past couple of years, probably about 5, but before that, we used to have an office where I worked in Winder, that probably went in there 15 or 20.
Okay. Have you ever been to dinner with him?
No.
Ever been to lunch with him?
No, sir.
Has he ever been to your house?
No, sir.
You ever been to his house?
No, sir.
You ever done anything social with him other than encountering him in his shop?
Just chatting with him in the shop, that's it.
Okay. I'll let state, do you have any questions?
I have no question.
All right, defense?
Just one. Good morning. Just the fact that you have shot there before, you don't believe that's gonna impact you really in any way in the case?
No, I just brought it up because of having shot there.
Right, we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I'll address it further with the jurors, with the attorneys, and let you go take your recess. Just understand in general, don't talk to the jurors about knowing Mike at gun, and I don't know if he's testifying or not,
But I don't maybe that's what
Yeah.
I was.
but just don't discuss the fact that you have been in there and shopped with him, anything like that with the other jurors, okay?
Yes,
All right, take your recess, sir. All right, any issues for the state?
No, Your Honor, well, we're not calling anyone from Mike's Gun Room. This is a business record, just like we're putting in business records from Amazon where everybody shops.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor, the court asked most of the questions that I would have, so I don't think he's going to have an issue.
Very good, we'll be in recess, call it 10:45.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder, murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive. Very nice, very well-spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know? I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti. I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point. He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill, kill, kill. When I get that way, I become the devil. I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. Teenager Sarah Grace Patrick went public on social media after her mother and stepfather were shot and killed in their own home. But what happened next has everyone shocked. And it's chilling. Sarah was just 16 when tragedy struck. On a February morning, her 5-year-old sister discovered the bodies of their parents, Kristen and James Brock, both shot in bed. Moments later, Sarah called 911 and then posted tearful TikToks and a haunting eulogy online, ending with the words, "I'm sorry." Now, authorities say the story isn't so simple. Sarah faces 2 counts of murder and 2 counts of aggravated assault, and she'll be tried as an adult. Investigators say a mountain of physical and digital evidence points to her involvement. Her social media activity, reaching out to true crime TikTok influencers, has only fueled suspicion. With no clear motive, the community is left asking the same question everyone's asking. Why would a teen allegedly kill her own parents? The case is far from over, and prosecutors claim they have evidence no one has seen yet. Follow the live trial daily on at Southern Sin. True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamel Demons, back in a Broward County courtroom Monday as the state prosecutors and the defense are going over a number of different motions filed to see what will be admissible for Demons' retrial. Demons is accused of murdering Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams, both childhood friends, back in 2018 after a late-night recording session, and then allegedly made it look like a drive-by shooting. His first double murder trial ended in 2023 in a mistrial after jurors failed to reach a unanimous verdict at trial, with twists and turns that included allegations of witness tampering, passing messages in jail, and alleged plans to escape. All issues brought before the judge today to see what would be permitted to use in his new trial. Demons faces a number of charges that include 2 counts of premeditated first-degree murder and witness tampering. And he is expected back in court January 12th on Monday at 8:45, where the judge will hear additional motions. That trial has been set for January 21st.
Is this Mr. Lloyd, Markeith Lloyd? All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and begin these first appearances. Sir, you're here for the charge of murder of a...
There ain't no Markeith Lloyd. Who are you?
All right, you're here for murder of a law enforcement officer. attempted murder of a law enforcement officer, carjacking with a firearm, aggravated assault.
May I have your name, please?
Is this
Markeith Lloyd was captured, wanted for the murder of his pregnant girlfriend.
For real, you not about to kill me and the baby. This man, he has to be stopped.
See, they just stopped.
But no, you need a greater force than that. I'm not going to live past 25.
Most wanted man in Florida is waking up in a hospital this morning. Police captured Markeith Lloyd Tuesday night in Orlando.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today for more exclusive crime episodes.
All right, y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring them in.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
You guys don't have to understand me.
Been sitting all morning.
You know, as soon as we sit down, they're gonna come out. Actually, Judge, can we approach briefly? Yes, we'll wait. Is 15 minutes extra or 20? Can I say 20? Okay. So, as a jury, we sort of have this standard format where we take a good morning break, lunch break, and then a mid-afternoon break. Is that format? Or if it's not working for you and you need more breaks, raise your hand. All right, thank you. State calls next week.
You're on the state called Deborah Amos. If you'll actually pull that so you can speak into it, that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Debbie Paulhamus.
And could you spell your name for the court reporter?
Debbie Paulhamus, Polhamus.
Okay. If you'd raise your right hand, please. Swear the testimony given in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth. So help you God.
I do.
Okay. Tell us about yourself. Who are you?
I'm Colt's grandmother.
Okay.
Jimmy's grandmother. Coley's grandmother.
Okay. And your daughter is who?
Marcy.
And that is Colt's mother?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you do?
I'm a retired educator.
Okay. And how long were you an educator?
43 years.
Okay. And where do you live?
I live in Fitzgerald, Georgia.
Okay. And how far away is that from here?
About 4 hours.
Okay. And so you said you were Colt's grandmother?
Yes.
What did he call you?
Mamu.
Mamu? Okay. Is that spelled a certain way or just?
Mamoo.
Okay. So are you one of those grandparents that doesn't see your grandkids very often, or are you a grandparent that's fully immersed in their
No,
lives?
I tried to be fully immersed.
Okay.
With all of them. My other 3 are in Florida.
Okay. I was about to say, do you have other children?
Yes.
Okay. And where do they live?
Toby lives in Columbus, and Annie lives in Tavares, Florida.
Okay. Do you have other grandchildren?
Yes. Annie has 3.
Okay.
Toby has 2.
Okay. So in the hierarchy of your grandchildren by age, where does Colt fall?
Colt is the 3rd grandchild.
Okay. And in this family, where does he fall?
In his family,
Uh-huh.
he's the oldest.
Okay. When Colt was younger, did he have issues with impulsivity, having a short fuse?
Impulsivity more than a short fuse.
Okay. Do you remember talking to a GBI agent by the name of Agent Maddox back in, I believe that was September of 2024?
I guess. I mean, I talked to a lot of them.
Okay.
I don't remember all their names.
And this would have been shortly after the shooting that had happened?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that was when most of the conversations took place.
And do you remember telling her that about Colt, that he's always been very impulsive, short fuse, even as a younger child?
Judge, I think he's leaving. It's his witness. I don't know if he needs to refresh her memory, but at this point, he's leaving with.
Your Honor, I asked her about an issue regarding Colt. She gave a different answer than she had in a previous statement, an inconsistent statement. I then talked to her about that inconsistent statement, got the reference for it, and then asked her if that was what she said in the statement. She confirmed that is what she said in the statement. It wasn't a leading question. I didn't say, didn't you say this? I said, did you say this? And she confirmed that she did.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's an improper way to do it.
All right. For that specific question, we'll leave that.
So where did Colt, where was he living when he was a young child? Where did he grow up?
They grew up in Statham.
Okay. Is that here in Barrow County?
Mhm.
At some point, did they move from that house?
They moved from Statham to Gainesville.
Okay. And how long did they live in Gainesville?
2.5, 3 months.
Okay. And where did they move from Gainesville?
And then they moved to Cumming.
Okay. And how long did they stay in Cumming?
They were in Cumming a couple of months.
And did something happen in Cumming that you thought that they needed to go somewhere else?
Well, they had moved 3 times and they were getting evicted.
Okay.
And I told Marcy that I thought they should just think about moving to Fitzgerald, getting out of the hustle and bustle of the city, get a break. They could live in my mom's house.
I was about to ask, was there an opportunity for living arrangements in
Yeah,
Fitzgerald?
my mom had died recently and her house was still fully furnished, dishes, everything. And I told her, I said, y'all talk about it, but it's there and you're welcome to it.
Okay. And at some point, did they actually move down to that
Yeah.
house?
Mhm.
Okay. And was that in March of 2020?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How far is that from your house, that house?
About a half mile.
Okay. And did they start school there?
Yes.
And 2020, of course, that was the COVID year.
Mhm.
Tell me about the situation with schooling and how that worked.
Well, they went to school for less than a week. And so what I did was I let Colt and Jenny come to my house and I did school with them.
Okay.
And then we finally got them computers,
Okay.
laptops that they could use. I wasn't familiar with how to use them, but they seemed to know what to do. because I retired before all that, but,
Well, let me ask you a question. I had children in school in Barrow County at that time. In Barrow County, March of 2020, they just stopped school. They weren't doing the digital learning. It was just school ended early. Is that what happened in Fitzgerald County?
no, they were still doing school. They did some digital. Mostly it was educational packets. The teachers would do packets of work for the grade levels.
Okay.
And you could go by the office and pick up their packets and bring
Okay.
them home. And they had library books that the kids could pick up and take. I could pick up and take.
I was about to say, did you do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so
they did those at my house.
Okay. Now in September of 2021, we got a new school year. Where does Colt go to school that year?
Colt was in the 5th grade and he went to the elementary school,
In 2021, when you went to 6th grade, where did you go?
the middle school.
And we've had some testimony about Colt doing a search on a computer. Were you aware of that?
I was not for a good while.
Okay.
Marcy didn't share a lot of those things with me, and Coley was working all the time. But
At some point, did you become aware?
yeah, I did. I did not know about the search for abuse, but I did know about the search to how to kill your dad.
Okay. And about how long after that happened did Marcy tell you about?
I think it was a couple of months.
Okay. So probably still within 2021? Okay. Now, at some point, did DFACS come into play with the family?
Yes.
And who was it that initiated that?
Well, I went to the school to meet with the counselor, Sujette Giddens now. And I discussed with her my concerns about things that were happening with Colt and his mother at home. And that I wanted her to be aware that we were going to call DFACS. And she said that they were going to call. And I said, well, I'd rather you wait and let us call because I think it would make a bigger impression on her if we did it. But then I found out she'd already called them. And then she called them again after we called them.
Okay. So you also called DFACS? Okay.
I didn't. My other daughter did. Okay. I couldn't pick up the phone and I couldn't do it. So she did. I asked her if she would call them and she did.
So she did it at your direction? Okay. At some point, did the family leave your mother's house and move away?
They did. They left in, I'm not sure. I want to say it was January, but it might have been, no, let me think. I got some notes here. Let me look.
Okay.
Maybe I can remember. They went back to Jefferson. I've got November here.
Okay. So would it have been the same?
Yes, she's brought notes. Certainly, we would have the opportunity to look at those.
That's happening.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Do you need those to refresh your memory?
I just have like the dates, certain things happened that I thought you might ask.
Okay. And did you make those notes yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. And they're from your own memory?
No, they're from my notes that I've kept along since things started happening. I just kind of put them together.
Okay. And when did you start making these notes back, kind of when you're talking about with the DFACS stuff or more recently?
Well, when we called DFACS, I sort of went back and started making a sequential thing when they left Statham, when they left Gainesville. I don't know why. I just thought there might be a point in time that DFACS asked me questions, and with all that was going on, I couldn't keep it all straight.
Okay. So these aren't notes that you created after the shooting. These are notes you created well before that.
No.
Are they more contemporaneous in time as to when these events are happening?
Yeah. Just mostly dates.
Okay. So you're saying that now
And you're welcome. Y'all are welcome to look at them.
Okay. Thank you. And that was November of 2021. So would that have been shortly in time after the DFACS became involved? Okay. And where did the family move to?
They moved to Jefferson.
Okay. How much contact did you have with the family when they moved up to Jefferson?
I still tried to go up about once every 6 weeks.
Okay.
They were a little farther away, so I didn't go quite as much.
At some point, does Marcy, Jenny, and little Coley move back down to Fitzgerald? Do you remember when that was, or was that in your notes?
That was in November, a year later.
A year later? And where did Colt go?
Colt wanted to stay with his dad.
Okay.
I told him he was welcome to come, but I think he wanted to stay with his dad because his mom and the other two would not be there.
Okay.
You know, it'd be a little calmer.
Okay. So
at least that's what he told me.
Okay. So in November of 22, Marcy and the other two kids come back down to you. They move back into your mother's house. Okay. And then Colt's up here. How much contact are you having with Colt that period of time?
I was not having a lot because Marcy was really strong on the drugs, and I finally moved them to my house because I needed to be able to take care of the kids without running back and forth. So they moved to my house, and
when you say they, did all three? Or
all
just
three
the
of
kid?
them.
Okay.
And Marcy, for the next 6 weeks, pretty much stayed in the bed, getting clean, you know, withdrawing. But it was easier for me to be able to take the kids to school, pick them up, all that. And so they stayed with me for maybe 6 or 8 weeks, and then they moved back to my mom's house.
So because of this, you weren't able to?
And I was going to say, to answer your question, I was not able to go up and down a lot with Colt. I bought Colt a phone, and I got him a card that he could use to call me. And I said, put it up, and if you need me, if you want to talk, call me. Okay. And he did call me some, but not a lot.
So during that time, did you find out, or were you told about law enforcement coming to the house about an FBI tip?
No. Colt didn't share a lot with me. I asked him after he went to the detention center why, and he said, I just didn't want to bother you. I didn't want to worry you. Okay. So I honestly didn't find out about that for quite a while.
Okay. During the time that Colt is up here with Colin, are you also communicating with Colin?
Yeah, we would text back and forth.
And what types of things?
He would text, well, more of the texts that we had were later, but he texted me to let me know that he was getting enrolled in school, and he texted me to let me know that they were settled and he was doing good. We didn't have a lot of communication during that time. Okay. Most of ours was after they moved to Winder.
Okay. Did he ever tell you about the law enforcement coming to the house?
I honestly do not remember who told me about it.
Okay. Did you find out about it before or after the shooting at Apalachee High School?
Before.
Now, at some point, Colt, then Colin moved to Winder, Georgia. All right. And Colt actually leaves to come to Fitzgerald.
He came to Fitzgerald during the summer and stayed for a while.
Okay. About how long did he stay there?
5 or 6 weeks, I would guess. I was in Florida a lot during that time because my other daughter was in Michigan in training for her job. So I was down there keeping the kids. And
did Colt get in trouble down there with you guys?
He did.
Tell us about that.
I was not there. Colt, I know that Marcy was still doing a lot of drinking, and Colt just could not handle that. And I know that started it. I know that she called my husband and had him come over. He called the police.
What was the purpose of calling the police? What had happened?
Well, I think Marcy told him that Colt had hit her, but I honestly, I'm not sure about that. But something happened with them. They got into an altercation.
Was Colt damaging property in the house?
He did, apparently. He cut holes in the couch. This all But I have to tell you, this all took place while I wasn't there, so I never saw any of it.
Did you see the
happen.
damage to the couch?
I saw the cuts to the couch.
Okay. And what was he cutting the couch with?
I don't know. I would assume a knife. It looked like slit marks.
Okay.
Marcy and I were not on the most conversational level at that point.
Did you have tensions with you and Marcy?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Did Colt ever do anything to hurt himself while he was down there?
He did. I did not know about it, and I did not see it until Colt showed it to me at the juvenile center.
And what did he show you?
He showed me the places that he had cut himself.
Okay. And that happened down there in Fitzgerald?
Down there. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. So he came and stayed with us for a few days, and then I think, if I remember correctly, Coley and I met halfway, and he got him.
Okay, so at some point he goes back to live. Now you say Coley. Do you refer to Colin Gray as Coley?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, not your. Yeah. Whatever you call him is fine. I just want everybody else to know who you're referring to.
Yeah.
Okay. So you took Colt halfway up to Winder. Mr. Gray came down and met
Yeah,
y'all.
I think that's what happened.
Okay.
I know at one point we did that, but I'm not sure if that was the time we did it.
Okay. Moving your attention further to October 13th of 2023, what happened then?
That was when DFACS tested Marcy for drugs.
Where were you at that time?
My husband and I were in Virginia.
Okay.
I called DFACS and told them that we were going to be out of town for a week.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the first time I'd left the kids for that length of time. And I asked them if they would please do a check just to make sure the kids were okay.
Okay.
And they did.
And they tested for drugs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you got back, how long was it before you got back after that day?
That was the 13th. I can't think we came home like the 15th.
Okay.
Coley had just come and gotten the kids.
I was about to say, the kids were already gone by the
Yeah.
time you got back? Okay. And as far as you understood, the kids had moved up to Winder with Mr. Okay. How did Marcy take that?
Well, she was not happy about it.
Okay. And did that come to a head in November?
Yeah.
Tell me about what happened there.
Marcy I don't know what she was taking, but I had been at Annie's with the kids.
That's your other daughter?
Yeah. And I was coming home, and when I got home, she asked me to walk outside with her, and I did. And she said, "Get in the car." And I said, "Where are we going?" And she said, "Just get in the car." I said, "No, I'm not getting in the car." And I said, "Where do you want to go?" And she said, "I'm going to Winder."
When she refers to the car, whose car is she talking
She
about?
was talking about my car.
Okay. Does she have a car?
She did, but I found out later that hers didn't have any gas in it.
Okay.
So I told her no, that I was not going to get in the car and I was not going to Winder. And she said, "I'm going up there and I'm going to kill him." I said, "No, you're not. You're not going up there. You're not going to kill him. You're not going to traumatize your children. You're staying here." And I turned around and went back in the house. And she followed me back in the house, and she had a fire burning. And we found out later that she had burned, my younger daughter was a soccer player. She had burned all of her soccer jerseys, all of her pictures, all of her personal things in the fireplace. And then she went in our office and called me in there, and there was a chair sitting there with a blanket on it. She said, "I want you to sit down." I said, "For what?" And she said, "I know you're going to call the police as soon as I leave, and I'm not going to let you do that." So I sat down and she taped me. And I didn't fight her because I have worked with emotionally disturbed children long enough to know that when somebody's in that state, you don't get physical with them. And I was not going to do something that would get me hurt. So she taped me up and she switched car tags, put mine on her car, and left.
In your car?
No, she went in her car. She got money out of my wallet to
Okay.
put gas in it.
Okay. So she put your tag on her car,
Mm-hmm.
took money from you,
Mm-hmm.
to buy gas and then,
She switched the tags because her tag had been flagged. And I didn't find that out until later. I didn't know what was going on. I heard her banging around in the house and then she left.
how did you get free?
My younger daughter called. I didn't call her when I got home. I always called her. And she started calling my phone and I wasn't answering. So she just figured I'd gone to bed. So the next morning she still couldn't get me on the phone. So she called.
You're still in the chair the next morning? Okay.
She called her best friend who lives 3 houses down from us and said, I need you to go to my house and check on my mama.
Where was your husband at this time?
He was in Virginia playing golf with our son.
Okay.
So she said, check the car first. If her person's stuff is still in the car, there's something wrong. So she did, and then Amy sat on the phone with her and said, I want you to go in the house and look around and see what you see. And Mary Beth is the one who found me.
Okay. Did you call the police?
Mary Beth did. I told her, I said, I have to go take a shower. I can't do anything until I take a shower and clean myself up. And then I told Annie, I said, y'all just stay on the phone. And then somebody came to the house and was beating on the front door. Mm-hmm. And it scared Mary Beth, so Annie called the police.
Okay. At some point, you find out that Marcy has been arrested up here.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And does she eventually end up back down in Ben Hill? Uh-huh. Tell me about how that happened.
Well, they put her in jail here for what she did to Coley's truck. Mm-hmm. And then she went to court and they gave her fines and all that, but they did the first felony, whatever that is, so she didn't have to stay in jail. So we had her transferred from Winder to Fitzgerald.
Because there were charges for her?
There were charges for her down there, and they wanted her down there. Okay. So they transported her there. And then I left her in jail for a couple of months. My husband didn't like it, but I told him, I said, she needs to get clean, and she's not going to get clean any other place. She may not even get clean in jail. But she was in jail altogether 5 months, maybe, something like that. And then she asked me if I would consider helping her get into rehab. Mm-hmm. I told her I would, so I found a rehab, and I talked to the sheriff, and he said they would transport her to rehab. They did not want her to come home. But my husband insisted that she come home. So she came home for 3 days, and then we took her to rehab.
Where was the rehab located at?
The rehab is located in a little bitty town called Glenville, which is about an hour and a half from west of Savannah.
Okay. And when was it that she went into the rehab? Do you remember?
May, maybe.
Okay.
Sometime in May.
So from November of when she was arrested up here till May, she's been in jail somewhere.
Maybe April, I can't remember which.
And then from there, she goes into a rehab facility. Uh-huh. Is this a rehab facility she can come and go as she pleases, or is she?
No, they were required to stay there, and they had to work. Mm-hmm. So we could go and visit her, mm-hmm. but she couldn't leave.
Okay.
Or she was not supposed to leave.
Okay. And when does she get out of rehab? Do you know?
She didn't get out. She left.
Okay. And how did she leave?
She called me on Friday night and told me that she wanted to transfer to a rehab up around Winder. Mm-hmm. She couldn't go to Barrow County, but she was looking at Clark
Was she banished from Barrow County?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So I told her to give me a few days and we'd look around and see what we could find. And I'd get back with her. So then she called Coley and told Coley that her dad and I said it was okay for her to leave.
I'm going to object. It seems like this would be hearsay at this point.
she wandered a little further than anticipated, Your Honor.
Sustaining the objection.
It's fine. How did she get out of, like, who picked her
Coley
up?
went and got her. She called him and told him that we had agreed to let her leave, so he went and got her.
Okay. And where does she go at that point?
She went back to Winder.
So, is this the house that Colt and Jenny and little Coley and Colin Gray that you referred to as Coley also?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to take you back in time now to Christmas of 2023. So this would have been after Marcy has duct taped you and stole your car, stole your money, and she's in jail. Okay. Do you go visit the kids in Winder with Colin around Christmas time?
I went the day after Christmas, I think.
Okay. And I want to show you, isn't that the diagram from Apalachee? I'm going to pull up the diagram that we used with a prior witness. And I know this isn't to scale, but is this kind of accurate as to what the house looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Was that your first time visiting that house that Christmas? You'd been before that too?
Yes.
Okay. So we have things listed. You got the carport in the garage, the laundry room, kitchen, living room. Where it says subjects room, they're referring to Colt. Was that Colt's room as you remember it?
Yes.
Okay. And in the back left, it says siblings room. Is that where Jenny stayed? Okay. And then on the right back, it says father's room. Who stayed in father's room?
He and little Coley.
Okay. So Colin Gray and little Coley both stayed in that room. Okay. Thank you. Did Colt talk to you about a Christmas present he had gotten?
Sure.
Okay. And what was that Christmas present?
There was a gun.
Okay. And was it a rifle?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you get the Christmas present from?
From his dad.
Okay. While you were up there, how long did you stay up there at Christmas time?
I don't know, 3 or 4 days. I usually stay 4 or 5 days.
Okay. Where was the gun kept at that time?
I honestly don't know. He came out into the living area with it and went back down the hall, but I didn't follow him, so I don't know if it was in his room or in Coley's room at that time.
Did you see it? Did you go back up there after Christmas? How often would you go up there after Christmas?
I went back for Colt's birthday. His birthday was 14th of January.
Okay, so shortly after Christmas. Okay, where was the Colt gun at that time?
It was in Colt's room.
It was in Colt's room?
I'm pretty sure it was. I couldn't swear to it.
And when would be the next time you went up there?
Probably sometime in February. I tried to go about once a month after they moved up there.
Okay, so once a month?
Yeah.
And whenever you went up there, where was the gun?
I never really looked for it. Sometimes, the couple of times I did see it, it was in Colt's room in the corner, propped up in the corner.
Do you remember giving a statement to an investigator with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office on September 9th, 2024? You remember talking to Jason Smith with the Barrow County Sheriff's Office? You remember talking to him about these times you would go up there and where the gun was located?
I talked to so many of them, I don't remember what I said to which one, honestly.
If I were to show you a transcript of that, would it refresh your memory?
I'm sure it would.
starting around here, read all the yellow down.
All of it?
Yes, ma'am. You read it yourself. See if it refreshes your memory. Does it refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Okay. And so when you would go up there once every month or so, where was the gun kept?
It was in his room.
In Colt's room?
Mm-hmm.
Was it Colt's room every time you went up there?
According to that, it does, and I'm sure that's a lot fresher memory than I've got now.
Okay. So
I do
when you
know
say
it was
according
in
to
his room
that, you're
most of the
talking
time.
about your statement to.
Yeah.
And that was what, a year and a half ago?
I'm
That
sorry,
you
what?
gave the statement about a year and a half ago?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. And so what you're talking about is 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Or 3 years ago. So whatever's in here is more accurate?
Mhm.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
And so if it says, every time I went up there, I saw it in Colt's room, that would be what you believe to be accurate? I need you, I'm sorry. I just need you to say yes.
sorry.
It's just because she's writing it down.
That's
I mean,
okay.
we all know
I'm
what
sorry.
that means, but it's for the
I'm
record.
sorry.
I'm sorry. Did you, that January for Colt's birthday, after he got the gun, what did he want from you for Christmas?
I gave him
Or for his
money.
birthday, I'm sorry, for his birthday.
I gave him money. He wanted bullets.
He wanted bullets? Okay. And did you check with anyone to see if that was appropriate?
I told him he had to ask his dad,
Okay.
and if it was okay with his dad, I would buy him for him as long as they used him at the shooting range.
Okay.
Coley thanked me for having him ask him,
Okay.
and said it was fine that they go to the shooting range. So we
Okay.
went to one of the sporting goods places and bought them.
Okay. So you bought ammunition for Colt, but it was because Colin said you could.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to take we're going to skip forward again now. So that's the same time period. So now Colt has been removed from Marcy. All the kids have been removed from Marcy. They're up here in Winder. You have that Christmas. You have his birthday in January 14th. Is that correct? So now we're in 2024. Colt's 14. Okay. Is Colt going to school?
No.
Are any of the kids going to school?
Jenny and Coley were.
In January?
Oh, I don't know. I think they got registered and started in February, if I remember correctly.
And how did that process happen, them getting registered? Who did that?
My daughter did a lot of it.
Okay, and that would
Coley,
be
Coley
by your
helped.
daughter. You have two daughters.
Annie, I'm sorry.
Annie, the
Yeah.
Colt's aunt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. She's a computer whiz, and I just get bogged down. And Coley was working,
Mhm.
so I called her and asked her if she would help get it all done, and
Okay.
she did.
All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Now, so when Annie's registering, she's registering all three kids?
Mhm.
Okay. Does Colt ever actually attend school?
No.
Okay. Were you helping the family financially at this time?
When Coley needed me to, I did.
Okay. So if he needed, and by Coley, you mean Colin Gray?
I'm
again.
sorry.
No, you're fine. You can do that. I'm just making
Yeah.
sure everybody understands who we're talking about. You just talk like you normally talk. I'm not trying to correct you. But you're talking about Colin.
Mhm.
If he needed something money-wise, food for the kids, light bill, rent, anything, could he ask you?
Yeah.
And did he routinely ask you?
He asked me several times.
Okay. And did you always come through?
Mhm.
Okay.
But I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you. So now let's fast forward to, we've gone through the summer. Marcy is now up here.
Mm-hmm.
She's left rehab. She's up here. How did Colt get enrolled in school that time?
He was already enrolled. You mean for the
For
ninth
Apalachee,
grade? Oh.
that school year.
I don't know. I just assumed that the paperwork from the middle school would transfer over to the high school.
So you're not aware of how that happened?
Mm-mm.
Okay. That's fine. Now, I want to take your attention to Thursday, August 15th. And just to set the stage, and Marcy's up here, right? Is that correct? Okay. Do you get a call from Colt about Marcy? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Okay. Tell me about that.
Colt called me, I want to say it was during the night. And he said, Mammy, I don't know what's wrong with my mother, but you need to come and get her.
We'll have to object unless they plan on bringing Colt in to testify.
All right, so there's a hearsay objection. What's your response?
No, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. He's asking her to come get his mother. And so it's why did she do what she did next?
Well, Judge, the truth of the matter asserted is it doesn't cover everything. We can't get into everything just because they're not going to say it's not the truth. There's got to be some limitations.
Your Honor, there are lots of limitations, and I'm not going into those limitations.
I can't assess without knowing what the statement is.
Your Honor, the statement she said was that he asked her to come get his mother. And her next thing she's going to talk about is going up there to get the mother. So the reason for the statement is to explain why she's doing what she's doing next. A request is not a statement, so therefore it wouldn't be hearsay.
What's your response, Mr.
Gray? My response is he can ask her based on the conversation that you had with Colt, did you come up and get Marcy?
Well, that's still me going into the contents of it, Your Honor.
You're saying what Colt said. That makes the difference.
Yes, except the value here are the words that are being spoken. It's what he said to her caused her to do something. It's not being offered to. He didn't give a reason. You're not asking for a reason why. Is that right? Just that he called and said, "Come get her."
I think she put something in there, but that's not like I said, it's not the purpose of it.
So I'll permit, if the response is Colt asked me to come get her, then I'll permit that and say that's not hearsay. If there's more to it than that, then I would need to hear that.
Did you get a call from Colt?
Yes.
Did he ask you to come get his mother?
Excuse me.
When he asked you, did he say anything about having a physical altercation with Marcy involving a gun?
I'm sorry, yes.
He did.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, you said on the phone call, did he say
Yes, ma'am.
something about having an altercation? No.
Thank you. Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I thought I was getting in trouble. I was not trying to
misconstrued
elicit
that.
the content. I was trying to elicit the absence of content.
No, he just said, come get her.
Okay. Thank you. So do you go get her? And when was that?
The next day.
Okay. So that would have been the 16th. Okay. Had Colt texted you that morning while you were coming up?
He did.
Based on that text, where did you think Colt physically was?
At school.
When you arrived, who was at the house?
Colt was, but we did not know it.
Okay. Thank you. Who else was there?
Marcy.
When you say Colt was there, but we did not know it, do you mean we did not know he would be there? Or when you got there, you still did not know he was there?
I still did not know. I thought he was in school.
Okay. What did you do when you got there? What were y'all doing?
We went in the house, told Marcy to get her stuff together. We were going back to Fitzgerald.
Okay. And did she begin packing her stuff? Okay. Did y'all help her pack? Where were you standing while she was
We were
packing?
in Coley's room. I was sitting on the bed. Charlie was just walking around.
And is that where her stuff was in Coley's room?
What she was getting at that time.
Okay. Did you see Colt at all?
No.
You have any knowledge that he was in the house at that time? Okay.
No, I thought he was in school, so we didn't even look.
Okay. He didn't come out and say, "Hey, Mamu." Okay. Was there damage to the door to Jenny's bedroom? Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna need you to say it out loud.
Yes.
Thank you. Was there discussion between you, your husband, and Marcy about the damage to the door to Jenny's room while you were in the house?
Marcy and her daddy talked about it.
Okay, thank you. When you were leaving, did you see Colt?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
We were getting in the car and he opened the door.
The door of what?
The back door.
The back door of the house?
Mhm.
Okay.
He had overheard a conversation she and her daddy were having, and it really upset him, and he was just yelling, "Don't come back, you lied to me, you're making all this up, don't you call defects on my daddy."
What was his demeanor like?
He was just upset.
Okay. Was he furious?
I would say probably yes, he was.
And he threatened to kill you all?
I honestly don't remember if he said that or not.
Okay. If you had said it at one of these earlier interviews, would that be?
Oh, yeah.
It would be more accurate?
It would be accurate, yeah.
Okay. Did you tell Colin about this, what he said?
I can't remember if I did or not. We talked to him and went by to see him to take some medicine. And I figured that Marcy probably told him. I don't remember if I told him or not.
Okay.
I don't remember if I talked to him during that time.
This was upsetting to everyone that Colt's come out yelling.
Oh, yeah. It was to them.
And so y'all leave at that point?
Yeah.
Are you in communications with Colin during that drive, or someone in the car in communications with Colin during that drive after Colt?
Marcy was. We went by to see him, and Marcy, they talked for a while. I honestly don't remember if I talked to him or not.
Okay. And where was he? You say you went by to see him. Where did you go?
He was at work.
Okay. And did you give him anything for Colt when you went to the work?
Marcy gave him some medicine,
What kind of medicine?
Zoloft.
And whose medicine was that?
Marcy's.
Okay. And what was the purpose of giving it to him?
Because Marcy had been giving it to Colt.
Okay. And so what was the instructions to him about that Zoloft?
I assumed to continue giving it.
Okay.
I wasn't in on the conversation.
Now, at this point, would it be safe to say that Colt's mental and emotional health is kind of spiraling?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm sorry, just yes or no?
Yes, I'm
Thank you.
sorry.
It's okay. And even before this, had he routinely had violent outbursts?
Yes.
Okay. And you and Colin had actually spoken about Colt's mental health?
Mm-hmm.
And again, yes? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. It's okay. It happens to everybody. Did you talk to Colin about Colt needing professional help for this?
We did talk about it. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you tell, when you stopped off to give the Zoloft to Colin, did you tell Colin about what Colt had done when y'all were getting in the house?
I didn't talk to him.
You didn't talk to him?
No,
Okay.
we stayed in the car. Marcy, he was working around in the back of the fire station.
Okay.
Marcy talked to him.
Did you get, after you left, did you get text from Colt during this time that on the 16th? Hold on just a second. Wrong page. Sorry. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's already in the evidence in State Exhibit 158. These are text messages from Colt's phone to you. Colt would be where it says owner in the green, and then your grandma in the blue.
Before those are published, we don't object to those. These are text messages. Colin is not part of that text chain. They are between Colt and his grandmother. The statements that are made, we don't have an opportunity to have Colt come in and testify about what was going on, why he was saying these things. So it puts us in a pretty precarious position, especially the fact that we don't believe that Debbie ever communicated any of these things that were said to Colin. So that makes it even more of a problem. So we would object to any and all text messages that the state plans to put in.
So the objection is essentially their hearsay.
Yeah, the hearsay, that's correct.
Your Honor, if I could, I would like to lay the foundation for their accuracy, and then I will let you look through them. And once you've looked through them, then I will explain the relevance of them before I post them to the jury.
Okay, so yeah, presently don't go through the content or publish it to the jury.
Have you had a chance to look through them? Do they accurately reflect the conversation you were having by text with Colt as you're on your way up and leaving the house? I'm sorry, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, Your Honor, you can flip through those, and then we'll go through the contents of them.
There's a number of them here. Y'all just go ahead and take a recess while I look through these, and I'm sure we'll have some arguments. Take a short recess. looking at them, let me ask a question. Is the witness going to testify just in general that she told any of these things to Mr. Gray? Like specifically?
So, Your Honor, she did say that they talked about his professional help.
Needing professional help?
Right.
Which is not actually in
They went to Colin's work, and by they, it's her husband, and her daughter, Marcy. Things were discussed with him. She does not remember if she said or if anyone said. However, my next line of questioning is later that day, he sends her a text of a screenshot of the enlightenment counseling that he had filled out that the earlier witness testified to, which would give an inference that he is affirming to her that I am getting Colt professional help the same day that this is happening. And so the purpose of this, Your Honor, the things that happened at the house and the Zoloft, she's already testified to that. So we're not getting into memorialized version of Colt's meltdown, and it shows his emotional state on August 16th, which is close in time to the shooting in Apalachee. And this is where these are loved ones that he's around and how he's acting around his family members, and the jury could use that to infer that this is Colt's state that he is in. There will be further evidence as we go along of the defendant's personal knowledge, his personal acknowledgement of these things. But at this point, this is showing the state that we're going to be talking about. So like I said, further witnesses, including officers that talk about Colin's statement that he gave to them, he references this time period and these types of things, but this is a memorialization of what we're actually talking about when people are describing Colt spiraling out of control and Colt needing help and things of that nature. So that's the purpose of this, Your Honor.
Okay. Sure. My turn.
Yes.
The problem is this. He's been charged with knowing all these things. They want to put in something that he had no knowledge of.
Now, let me ask, is that not something you can flesh out and explore on cross?
To put those in and then say flesh it out and cross it, he wasn't. It's already before the jury. They already see this. They already make opinions about what they hear. Whether he knew it or not, they're going to make an opinion about, well, he must act like that all the time. So this is the problem with putting it in. There's no evidence that I know of where the statements that she's made, that she told Colin anything about the colloquy in these text messages. All of these that they're going to be putting in, there's problems with every one of them. If there's any text messages between her and Colin, that's fine, because they're parties. We don't get an opportunity to cross-examine Colt, and that's obviously a problem. It's hearsay. It's not an exception to the hearsay, because he was never told what these say.
Does it have to be an exception to hearsay? It is not hearsay if it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. We are offering it for the purpose of showing Colt's mental state, which is actually a exception to the hearsay rule. Excited utterances, his emotional existing, this is 803.3, existing mental, emotional, and physical condition. A statement of declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, and physical condition. That's not hearsay. That's an exception to the hearsay rule. So while we would argue it's not only not hearsay, but even if it was, there's an exception to it, because the purpose is to show Colt's mental state on that day. we will put in evidence with other witnesses about his knowledge of it. But I can't put all the evidence in for the entire trial in one incident. It has to be a series, Your Honor.
Well, I guess it's okay then for me to ask the detective who took Colt's statement, all of the hearsay from his statement.
Only if there's an
That's
exception.
the same thing.
Well, so let me give you an example. So is the statement being made by an out-of-court declarant to prove the content of the statement's truth? Okay? This text says, with the shit you pull, you'll rot in the deepest pits of hell, according to your God. I don't think that's being offered to prove that the witness will actually rot in the deepest pits of hell. So it's not being offered to prove that. It's being offered to show that it was said. You know, is it relevant? I think they win the relevance argument on they can use this to argue and infer what Colt's mental state of mind was at the time. If Colt says, fuck you, he's not saying it because he wants that to be true. That's not something he's actually going to do. It's the mere fact that he said it, and that's the value in it. Now, where he says, I've already told Dad everything. Well, I think potentially, you know, the jury would need to be informed that that one arguably is, for the truth of the matter asserted. They can't prove that Colt actually told Dad everything based on this text. So, you know, that text, I agree, there's an issue.
Your Honor, I would argue that text he's referring to, I've already told Dad what y'all did at the house, not that I'm crazy.
I don't know what he just says that.
Well, that can be brought up in cross, and I can clear that up also with the witness.
You know, and as to this just issue generally, there's Gates v. State, 298, Georgia Supreme Court, 324. There were text messages that were sent. The text message sent along with the naked pictures was not offered to prove that Gates' girlfriend could in fact call or had permission to call Wilson if she were lonely. Rather, the text message was offered to show its effect on Gates and his motive for committing the murder. An utterance may be admitted to show the effect it has on a hearer. For such a purpose, the statement would not be hearsay, as it was not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but for the effect or lack thereof on the hearer. As such, Gates claims that the evidence was inadmissible because it's hearsay without merit.
I would agree if Colt was on trial. Colin is not a party to the crime. They didn't charge him as party to a crime. It's a separate and distinct thing.
I agree, and I think that you get to explore on cross that she never showed, and I'm just assuming things, that she never showed Colin these text messages. You get to explore that. You get to argue in closing. Colin was never saw these text messages, so they can't say that he knew something based on text messages that were admitted. I do think that they can argue that there's an inference to be made about Colt's general state of health, which isn't mental health, which is an issue in the trial, through the text messages. So I understand the frustration, but you know, things like a question, so what time? A question's not making an assertion. You know, if somebody says, what color was the car? That's not an assertion. If someone says the car is blue or was blue, that is an assertion. I just, in reading these, I don't see that they're trying to prove the truth of the content of the message. Now, there's one that's got an image attached. I can't tell exactly what that is.
I don't know what it is either, Your Honor. We just put it in there for the completeness of it. I can't tell what it is. Probably like a picture he took or something, I don't know. Again, we weren't looking for the truth of the matter, so I'm not interested in what the picture is.
Now, Mr. Gray, I'm happy to instruct the jury that the messages are being offered not to prove the content, the content of Colt's half of the messages are true, but that the state argues that they're to show his mental health. And then you can on cross elicit whether or not any of this was actually ever shown to Mr. Gray. If you want me to give that sort of instruction, I will, but I do think that the messages are admissible.
They've got a ton more. They make the same objection to all of them. So.
Yes, sir, I was going to, it's not a ton more, but 2 more instances, I was going to go ahead and give them to your honor. You can be looking at them. It would be the same, same objections. They're actually shorter than that. These are on different days, Your Honor.
So let me ask, just starting into these, so Mr. Berry, this one, this is states 158. I think it states 158. This is from Colt to the witness. You're blatantly ignoring my calls, and so I'll just say this. Ask Mama why the fuck she was drunk that one to the point where she was literally passing out. After Dad told her he didn't want to drink any of that Jack Daniels he got from a coworker for his birthday, and then he lied to me saying that she was just tired. Do you want that one out? I think, to me, arguably, that the content of that is more for the truth of the matter asserted than, I don't know if you think that one is good or bad for you, though.
Well, I don't think any of them should go, but certainly if they.
I'm trying to use a scouting
these and play that one too.
Here's one where Colt says, I have been going to school and I go to the library to do work. That's why I don't eat. I threw up last night, asked Daddy. He literally had me clean up. So, to me, that makes it look like he's going to school and went to the library to do work. So potentially the content there is something, to me, that's more about a state of mind than the content. Or it's more about the content than the state of mind, sorry. Do you want that one excluded, or do you want?
If the court's gonna allow the others, I think we ought to allow those as well.
Okay. All right, so just generally then, I know you don't like the ruling, but your position is for the subsequent sets that have been handed here, based on my ruling on 158, the text with Colt, grandmother, you want the others admitted. Is there any limiting instruction that you don't get comfortable. All right. Much of the trial has been incredibly smooth, probably going quicker than people anticipated, but we're hitting points where we're having evidentiary issues that we just have to work through. There's some more of those on the horizon that we're going to try and address at the lunch hour, which is going to result in just a longer lunch. So why don't you all plan on taking a lunch recess till 12:35? I'm sorry, 1:35. 1:35, and then waiting longer. Sorry. All right. Be in lunch till 1:35. Arguably, I mean, looking at hearsay exceptions, you've got then existing mental, emotional, physical condition, a statement of the declarants, then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, including mental pain or mental feeling, and bodily health, or it's an exception to hearsay. Y'all can look and decide if you think
Yes, sir.
these qualify there as well. What time do you want me back on the bench?
We're ready to go with this next witness. I'm sorry, I don't have the next witness.
Yeah, I mean, probably 1:20. I don't feel like we'll have as much of a. Certainly reasonable.
I'll take the bench at 1:50. I'll take the bench at 1:50.
I think they said Ms. Hall would be more reasonable. Hurts my feelings.
It's not bad.
Thank you.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live.
I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder, murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive.
Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know? I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti. I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point.
He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill, kill, kill. When I get that way, I become the devil.
I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Is this Mr. Lloyd? Is this Mr. Lloyd, Markeith Lloyd? All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and begin these first appearances. Sir, you're here for the charge of murder of a...
There ain't no Markeith Lloyd. Who are you?
All right, you're here for murder of a law enforcement officer, attempted murder of a law enforcement officer, carjacking with a firearm, aggravated assault.
May I have your name, please?
Is this...
Markeith Lloyd was captured, wanted for the murder of his pregnant girlfriend.
For real, you not about to kill me and the baby. This man, he has to be stopped.
See, they just stopped.
But no, you need a greater force than that. I'm not going to live past 25.
Most wanted man in Florida is waking up in a hospital this morning. Police captured Markeith Lloyd Tuesday night in Orlando.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today for more exclusive crime episodes.
A summer night turned deadly when 17-year-old Alvin Foy unleashed chaos. On July 25, 2020, Foy and Jameer Manning fired 31 shots into a crowd on Essex Street over a petty dispute. A stray bullet struck 18-year-old China Forney, a high school senior, in the back, killing her as she fell in a friend's arms.
Prosecutors presented surveillance and ballistics, proving Foy fired the fatal shot. His not guilty plea crumbled as China's family spoke of their loss. Foy flashed smiles, then laughed outright, enraging the gallery.
Foy, on May 3rd, 2021, you are a co-defendant.
Excuse me a second. Let the record reflect that the defendant is laughing during the victim impact statement.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today for more exclusive crime episodes.
Rapper YNW Melly, whose real name is Jamel Demons, back in a Broward County courtroom Monday as the state prosecutors and the defense are going over a number of different motions filed to see what will be admissible for Demons' retrial. Demons is accused of murdering Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams, both childhood friends, back in 2018 after a late-night recording session, and then allegedly made it look like a drive-by shooting. His first double murder trial ended in 2023 in a mistrial after jurors failed to reach a unanimous verdict at trial, with twists and turns that included allegations of witness tampering, passing messages in jail, and alleged plans to escape. All issues brought before the judge today to see what would be permitted to use in his new trial. Demons faces a number of charges that include 2 counts of premeditated first-degree murder and witness tampering. And he is expected back in court January 12th on Monday at 8:45, where the judge will hear additional motions. That trial has been set for January 21st.
Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching At Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button. Investigators could only conclude the unimaginable, that this weight had been used to crush her skull and ultimately the life from her. But the horror did not end there. Inside the master bedroom closet lay Gloria's teenage son, Caleb. Only 17 years old, bound tightly in tape, his lifeless body discarded like he was nothing. True Crime Tuesdays just got darker. Southern Sin's all new episodes drop at 9 p.m. Subscribe now for exclusive content.
What's up, True Fam? It's your girl, Cheyenne. And yes, season 2 of True Talks is here, and we are turning up even higher.
Yeah. Let's go. Truth Talks is the fastest growing show about pop culture, and now we're exclusively on our own channel.
Go ahead, say it, man.
We're back. We gotta stop letting this slide. Bigger and stronger than ever.
I mean, I just have questions.
Season 2 is reloading May 26th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
What's up?
With new hosts.
Let me tell you what damn time it is.
And big celebrity surprises.
Kiss my behind. It's Oprah Winfrey.
Subscribe today at Truth Talks Live.
Give black people what they need, and we'll show them for you.
And don't miss out on all the upcoming viral moments.
Simulcasting weeknights at 8 p.m. on Roland Martin Unfiltered and Black Star Network and Truth Talks Live.
I'll see you there.
Every trial has a story the jury never hears, where the truth lives outside the courtroom. Join our host Dara Kennedy and the sharpest legal minds in the business for a new riveting show, Reasonable Doubt, What the Jury Doesn't Hear. No grandstanding, no spin, just the arguments that could change everything. Tonight, one question dominates the Rob Reiner murder case. What made powerhouse attorney Alan Jackson walk away? And can a public defender really carry a death penalty case? Emotions explode in the Uvalde school shooting trial against Officer Adrian Gonzalez. And shocking questions surface in the YNW double homicide retrial. Was there witness tampering? All of it is breaking on at Southern Sin.
Hey Jody, Detective Steve Flores with Mace Arizona Police Department.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Good. You needed to talk to me about something?
Well, I just wanted to offer any assistance that I might have. I was a really good friend of Travis's, and I know that I don't know a lot of anything, but...
What have you heard so far?
I heard that he passed away and that... I don't know. I heard all kinds of rumors. I heard there was a lot of blood.
When we first arrived on scene and started talking to people and some of his closest friends began mentioning your name. You know, hey, you need to call her because she probably knows what happened to him, or she possibly had something to do with it.
Looking for a good binge? The Jodi Arias murder trial is back. Relive the stunning testimony, explicit evidence, courtroom meltdowns, and the circus that surrounded the case. From sexual obsession to betrayal, this is the true crime case that captivated the world. If you think you know the story, watch it unfold again, raw and uninterrupted. The Jodi Arias trial, re-airing only on Southern Sin. True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
"14-year-old freshman Colt Gray opened fire, killing 4 and injuring 9 others.
It was like 10 shots, about a 3-second or 4-second pause, and then like 7 more.
According to investigators, Gray carried an AR-15 style rifle onto a school bus that morning, the barrel sticking out of his backpack wrapped in poster board. 4 people would lose their lives that day: 14-year-old students Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angelou, 53-year-old math teacher Christina Arimi, and 39-year-old football coach Richard "Ricky" Aspinwall. Colt Gray has been indicted on 55 felony counts, including 25 counts of aggravated assault. He is not the only one facing charges in this tragedy. Colt's father, Colin Gray, faces charges of second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. Prosecutors say Colin admitted to buying the rifle that his son used in the mass shooting, and did so knowing that the teen was a danger to himself and others. Deputies interviewed the Grays about a year before the shooting, based on FBI tips about alleged threats posted on the online platform Discord.
I don't know anything about him saying like that, and I'm gonna be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away, and they won't be accessible.
His father, Colin, has been granted a change of venue in his case. If he's found guilty of murder, he could face up to 180 years in prison.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
What's up, True Fam? It's your girl, Cheyenne. And yes, season 2 of True Talks is here, and we are turning up even higher.
Yo, it's your man, Torre, the newest co-host on the set, and I'm bringing heart, heat, and hard truth every night.
And we are keeping it all the way fire. Ain't no filters, ain't no fluff, just straight facts. Y'all know how we do.
So stop scrolling and pull up to our YouTube at Truth Talks-Live. Like, subscribe, and smash that bell.
And after you do that, join us because we go live weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern on all the coasts. Wherever you are, from culture to controversy, we say what everyone else is scared to say.
We talk truth. Season 2 of Truth Talks. Let's go. Because this time, we ain't asking. We're taking the mic.
David's Hollywood Hills home, raided by LAPD. But will it lead to an arrest? By now, you've heard the name D4VD, pronounced David. The body of 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez was discovered in the trunk of his car. Detectives gathered enough evidence for a judge to sign a search warrant, looking for blood inside David's home. Meanwhile, CSI teams are combing through the car, last seen in the possession of David's own manager. The questions now, was this just the beginning? More underage girls are coming forward. Could there be other victims waiting to be uncovered? The pressure's closing in. Is David's arrest imminent? Or is there more to this story than LAPD is saying? Tell us what you think in the comments. And for every breaking twist in this disturbing case, follow us here at Southern Sin.
We're uncovering the tragedies of a woman from Goa who left everything behind for a promised life in America. She met him at a beauty salon, an American tourist with charm, money, and a plan. What began as long-distance romance quickly turned into a visa, a flight, and a future built on trust. But just weeks after arriving in Michigan, her messages stopped. Her family grew anxious. And what followed would expose a dark reality behind the picture-perfect promise.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
I just killed my mother. And
what happened, sir?
Earlier that evening, Champaign County dispatchers answered a 911 call from Shane's 14-year-old son. At first, it sounded like a routine emergency. But buried in the boy's trembling words was something far more chilling, an unsettling confession. The question wasn't just what happened inside that house, but who, exactly, was confessing to murder.
I just killed my mother. And
what happened, sir?
I just killed my mother, and I need to go to the hospital.
Captain Loney assures Shane his son is safe, tucked away in police custody. But behind the calm words, a darker truth lurks. As Shane's fear spirals, Loney tightens the net, asking pointed questions.
Give me a little history on your son. And is his name, am I correct, is his name Donovan?
Oh, God, yes. Yes, Donovan Asher Nicholas.
What's his date of birth?
Okay, I think he's 14 years old.
Okay.
But is it? I don't know.
Okay. Has he been any behavior problem or anything to you?
Never. The boy is soft-spoken. He's a genius. He's very, very smart. He's non-confrontational.
Okay.
He's never done anything. No, this is not happening.
Has he ever inflicted harm to any family member or anything like that?
Never.
No harm to anyone?
Never. None.
Does he have friends
None.
and things of that nature?
No. No, he does not.
True Crime Tuesdays just got dark. Southern Sin's all-new episodes drop at 9 p.m. Subscribe now for exclusive content.
They left here around 7.
Do they normally go for this long of walks?
No. That's why we're concerned.
Katie's 15-year-old son Aiden and her boyfriend's 10-year-old daughter Kaya were missing, and at first, everyone assumed the minors were just off causing mischief. But as panic set in, a desperate search began, every second counting.
Did they say where they were going?
Well, they had mentioned running to the store and coming back.
Which store would they have gone to? The King Soopers?
Yeah, King Soopers.
Katie and her boyfriend Jacoby began the search. Guided by a tip from Aiden's twin, they checked King Soopers, a nearby Walgreens, and scoured the neighborhood. But it was as if Aiden and Kaya had vanished into thin air. Then, during a police public update, Jacoby called with news that brought both dread and relief. He had found Aiden. True Crime Tuesdays just got darker. Southern Sin's all-new episodes drop at 9 p.m. Subscribe now for exclusive content.
The Corey Richens murder trial is getting underway. Today, jury selection started at 8 this morning, wrapped up at 5 p.m. this evening. She is the Camas woman accused of poisoning her husband with a fentanyl-laced cocktail, then writing a children's book about grief. She's pleaded not guilty in the case. Prosecutors and lawyers for Richens are now working with the judge to interview hundreds of people, potential jurors, with the goal of selecting 8 jurors and 4 alternates who will ultimately decide her fate.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
More twists in the search for Nancy Guthrie. A new note arrived in a media outlet's inbox in similar fashion to the alleged ransom note sent last week. Was it sent by the person that we see in this chilling video? No ransom demand this time, just someone claiming they know what happened to Nancy Guthrie and they want money for what they know.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
14-year-old freshman Colt Gray opened fire, killing 4 and injuring 9 others.
It was like 10 shots, about a 3-second or 4-second pause, and then like 7 more.
According to investigators, Gray carried an AR-15 style rifle onto a school bus that morning, the barrel sticking out of his backpack wrapped in poster board. 4 people would lose their lives that day, 14-year-old students Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angelou, 53-year-old math teacher Christina Arimi, and 39-year-old football coach Richard Ricky Aspinwall. Colt Gray has been indicted on 55 felony counts, including 25 counts of aggravated assault. He is not the only one facing charges in this tragedy. Colt's father, Colin Gray, faces charges of second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter. Prosecutors say Colin admitted to buying the rifle that his son used in the mass shooting and did so knowing that the teen was a danger to himself and others. Deputies interviewed the Grays about a year before the shooting, based on FBI tips about alleged threats posted on the online platform Discord.
I don't know anything about him saying like that, and I'm going to be mad as hell if he did. And then all the guns will go away, and they won't be accessible.
His father, Colin, has been granted a change of venue in his case. If he's found guilty of murder, he could face up to 180 years in prison.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
Thank you for subscribing to At Southern Sin. Keep our algorithm high by hitting the like button now and use hashtag Sinners in the chat to win a free membership.
Welcome to all our new followers from our sister channel at Truth Talks Live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Hop over and hit that subscribe button.
good meat. It was a little chillier today.
I'm happy, yeah.
Next week's supposed to be colder, so as long as they don't run the air hard all weekend.
Yes, sir. My wife doesn't think it's going to be cold.
Yeah.
It's either 4 or 5, what?
Second day after last year I wore a sleep. Red.
Good July. It's work. October to March. I always have to look at which direction it goes.
I've been told that some on the first rows are using their cell phones to record. Yeah, and I think the media, but what do you think?
Well,
Right.
Your Honor, the news media, she was taking pictures of the witness, eyewitness, her taking pictures of the witness. She didn't have that phone pointed in any other direction.
I think they've seen video of, is that right? You've seen
That's
video?
all I can tell you, is all I can tell you what I saw.
I'll just,
Just a general.
just to be safe. Yeah. All right, what can we address?
Okay, you guys have to go. We're straight.
I think we're good. I did leave my folder there. There is one
I
email.
mean, they take pictures.
Yes.
Right.
But I think they saw something online that there was some recording around the table.
Your Honor, was there anything else you need to address, or can I make excuses to run down and get something I need to show him?
Is there anything we need to take up?
No, I think we're all good. We went over everything. I think we're all in agreement.
I think we're okay.
Okay. So we can be in recess for 10 minutes? Is that
Yes,
where
sir.
we're at?
That's where we're
Is there anything
at.
that,
You have anything?
is there anything Babcock and Mr. Smith need to take up?
I don't know the back top, sir.
I think we've already argued everything, Judge. I'll try to think of something else between now and then.
Reserve class CD
All right, we'll be in recess for about 10 minutes.
email. Thanks, sir.
We have one in the restroom.
Okay. Remind me where we landed, Mr. Gray. You do want limiting instruction or not?
I think we had agreed that we were.
Okay. So my intention then would be to tell the jury that you're about to receive into evidence a series of text messages that are being offered either to simply to show the words that were being said, or to the extent it may, the mental state of Colt Gray, and not for the purpose of proving the truth of the content of the messages. Okay. And then if there's a specific message that comes up that you want to address, just let me know, and we'll address it.
Thank you.
And then let me just remind, I know we don't have full media here, but let me remind, so for recording video, we've got a pool camera that WSB that shares with anybody that wants it. You can take photographs and stuff, but some of the things that you are not permitted to photograph would be things on council table, any of the records or documents or notepads or anything that council table have, or their private conversations. You can take a picture of that, you can't record. All right, bring them in when they're ready, Brooks. So, ladies and gentlemen, either presently or very shortly, you're going to receive into evidence a series of text messages. Understand that the text messages are being offered simply for the words that are spoken in the messages, or reportedly from Colt Gray, or to prove, to the extent it may, Colt's state of mind or his mental state at that time, not for the purpose of proving the content of the actual messages. All right, Mr. Smith.
So Ms. Polhamus, just to get everybody back on the right page, we were talking about August 16th. Y'all had come up to get Marcy and take her back. Colt had confronted y'all when you were leaving, and then you had gone to Mr. Colin Gray's place of work to give him the Zoloft medication. Okay? And I'd given you these text messages to look through to see if they were accurate as to the conversation you were having with by text with Colt on that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And are they accurate as?
Yes.
Okay. Now this time we publish those to the jury. They're already in evidence in Exhibit 158.
All right.
So if you could zoom in on the first one there. I'm talking to her, sorry. So this is the first one here. What I want you to look at the bottom right, where it says 10:57:08 a.m. and it says UTC +0. So what that means is that's the uniform time stamp. That is going to be 4 hours faster than us. So we would be UTC -4. Okay, so where it's showing 10:57, that's actually going to be 6:57 a.m. Okay. Does that make sense as to about the time that this text would have been coming in? Okay. And so he asked you there, Dad wants to know when y'all are coming. All right. And you respond a couple minutes later, we'll be there in a little bit, just getting up. If we don't get there before you leave, I'll be back to see you guys after we get something done with your mom. You, bud. Have a good day. Was this you still anticipating him going to school that morning? Okay.
Yes.
And then, so I think this is him asking you that same minute, so what time? And you respond, or y'all driving, or and this is you telling him not to miss the bus, you need to go to school. And if your mom is just up to avoid her, she'll be gone when you get home from school. And then I think you told him that responding to his other, if you're driving, that you're actually already up here. Did y'all get a hotel room?
Yeah.
Okay.
We did.
Okay. And this is Colt asking you, I assume it'll be as simple as getting her in the car and going. And then you respond to him, not sure, but it will go smoother if no one is there. Correct?
Yes.
All right. And then he responds, all good. I'm heading out around 7:45, so y'all should be good. So again, you think he's referring to school?
Yes.
Okay. And then you say, that's what I'm hoping. Just know that she'll be gone when you get home. And he writes back, love you. Is that pretty standard how he would address you? Okay. All right, so now we skip ahead. This is you telling him that y'all were all out, and he asks, and I'm sorry, this is him. All right, we're all out. So this is going to be 8:24. Where are y'all at 8:25? And you're like, headed to the house, please relax, try to enjoy your day. And he responds, I will, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you can zoom on the top one there. And that's him sending you a picture, and that's a picture of the hallway at the school. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's telling you he's leaving this here for your sake. He knows it. Does he know that it's important for him to go to school?
Yeah.
Okay. You stress that to him?
Yes.
And that's just saying a status that you read what he'd given you. So now we're up to, this is going to be, trying to do my math, 9 o'clock, the 1:02. Make sure mom leaves my Zoloft. And then he tells you, if you don't leave it, things will turn really bad really quickly.
Yeah.
Now we're skipping ahead. It's going to be 9/11, and he says, I heard everything. What is he referring to there?
Everything that they were talking about.
Okay, and
while
that
we
would
were in the house.
have been you and Marcy and your husband.
Marcy and her daddy.
Marcy and her daddy. Okay, so he's heard that and he's telling you this.
Mhm.
Okay. And then he's asking, where is my Zoloft? And then he responds back, where the fuck is my Zoloft?
Yes.
And then he says, I will literally die without it.
Yes.
Okay. Is that what you want?
Yes.
And then he's quickly, this is a series of texts all right in a row. You just ruined my life. Hope you're happy. Why would y'all lie and say I threatened to kill y'all? Is this going to be after y'all have left and he came out and confronted y'all outside the house? Okay. And so he's, have y'all spoken to anybody about that?
I had not.
You had not, but somebody had?
Charlie had not.
Okay. Next slide. I didn't say shit remotely close to that. You ruined my fucking life. Fuck all of you. Fuck you. Fuck you and your God. With the shit you pull, you'll rot in the deepest pits of hell, according to your God. You are fake. A lying, two-faced rat. It is unbelievable how fake you are. A deadbeat alcoholic son who's been fired from his job and is now being sued, a schizophrenic daughter who is also an alcoholic and assaults her husband on a day-to-day basis in front of her own kids, and finally, a daughter who chose meth, opioids, alcohol, and pills over her own children.
Yes.
Is he doing this to hurt your feelings?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And to get out, to vent the anger.
To vent the anger.
Mm-hmm. This is the way you would do it.
You're truly a fucking waste. If you call DFACS and my dad ends up fired, so that's the end. We're back at it. I heard everything. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. And I've told Dad everything. You are fucked. So these were all a string that came in all once together. And then, so you're reading those all kind of at once. You respond to them then. This is you. We gave your medicine to your dad. He will bring it to you. Your mom was the one who said the only way she would leave is if we called DFACS. I want you to have a chance to prove yourself on the Zoloft. Maybe you can with your mom gone. I know you're upset and I'm sorry. Once again, the lies are muddying up the waters. I'm sorry we have such a screwed up family. I still love you and hope things will settle down.
Yes.
And he responds, my mom wants DFACS called after the shit she's done to this family. Wow.
Yes.
And you respond, I know, hoping to get her out will give you guys a chance to settle. Be sure to take your Zoloft and go to school.
Yes.
Did Colt often have outbursts like that? Verbal outbursts?
Usually once every couple of weeks, he'd blow off at me about something.
Okay. Now, later that same day, and again, Colt is doing this. He's obviously in a specific mental state. Are you communicating this with Colin about Colt's mental state and you hoping that there can be some sort of like counseling for him or treatment?
Well, Colin already knew it.
Okay. But were you communicating? Were you also communicating it
We
with
had
him?
talked about therapy.
Okay. And on that same date, I'm going to show you what's already evidence in State Civic 156. Now, this is from Colin's phone to you on August 16th. Do you recognize that?
I have to tell you, it's very difficult for me to read.
Okay.
I have macular and I can't read
I understand.
off dark paper.
Did he
very
send
good.
you a screenshot where he had signed Colt up at Enlightenment Counseling
Yes.
Services?
He did.
And he sent you that on that same day that y'all had this issue
Yes.
with Colt. Okay, so this is later in the day. And is that accurate?
Yes.
You know, this time I tendered that. Oh, it's already in evidence. I'd like to publish that to the jury. It's going to be under 156. It comes from Colin's phone, Your Honor, but it's a text message from Colin Gray to her.
If it's from Colin to her, we would not have objection to that. All right, you may vote. It's
And is that a screenshot of the Enlightenment counseling service thing that he sent? And did you respond to him? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And that's we pulled out the screenshot there.
Yep.
I think your text to him after that was, "This is awesome, Coley. Thank you." Now, moving on, I want to go to August 21st, so 5 days after this. When you take Marcy down on the 16th, which we were just talking about, did she stay in Fitzgerald throughout? Did she ever come back up to Winder?
Yes.
Let me change the dimensions there.
Yeah.
You take her down on August 16th.
Yeah.
Prior to the shooting in Apalachee, did she ever come back up to Winder?
No.
Okay. So she stays down there with y'all in
Yes.
Fitzgerald. Okay.
Until after the shooting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on the 21st, which is August 21st, which is a 5 days after we just talked, did Colt talk with you about having urges to hurt other people?
He talked to me about urges to hurt himself.
Did he ever talk to you about urges to hurt other people?
I really don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember seeing
I do
him?
remember vividly him talking about hurting himself.
Do you remember seeing him when he had in one of these urges to hurt other people?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you remember a text conversation between you and Colt where he tells you about having urges to hurt other people and you responding, "Yes, I've seen you," in the middle of that?
Okay, then I guess I did.
Okay.
I honestly don't remember.
That's okay. I will show you these text messages from the 21st. Again, Your Honor, this is under States 158, which is from Colt's phone. You can just flip through those and look at those.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are those accurate text
Yeah.
messages?
Mm-hmm.
And did Colt talk to you about having schizophrenia?
He did.
And did he talk to you about having acute mania?
He did.
Okay. Did you share that information with Colin Gray?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I should have if I didn't.
Okay. Now, Colt wanted you to order a graphics card for his computer. Do you know what that is? I don't either. But you remember him specifically asking for that?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you going to use that graphics card as any sort of incentive for him?
I told him I wasn't ordering it.
Okay.
He wanted to know why, and he kept going at it. And I said, "You start going to school and doing what you're supposed to be doing, and then we'll talk about it."
Okay. Would he have vulgar outbursts if he did not get this graphics card immediately?
Well, yeah.
So at this time, we're going to look at those text messages from August 21st. And again, at the bottom, it's the UTC plus 0. We're actually UTC minus 4, so this is going to be 4 hours earlier than what the time is showing. But he asked you, did you order the graphics card yet?
Yeah.
And immediately says, you're blatantly ignoring my call, so I'll just say this. Ask Mama why the fuck she was drunk, that one to the point where she was literally passing out after Dad told her he didn't want to drink any of the Jack Daniels he got from a coworker for his birthday, and then lied to me saying she was just tired.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Is this all in relation to him really wanting that graphics card?
Yes.
Okay. And then you respond, Colt, I love you. I'll do anything to help. You just need to let me know how I can help. I told you I would probably not get to the graphics card until next month. Are you going to school? According to your lunch account, you are not eating. If you are in school, you need to be eating. I set up a lunch account for you. If you're not going to school, you should be aware that your attendance record will be turned over to the truancy officer after 10 absences. Your dad will have to go to truancy court. If you continue not to go to school, he could go to jail. Then he could lose his job and truck, all because you're not going to school. I truly thought if you could get back into school, you could get some normalcy back into your life. I hope you are going. LU. Does that stand for love you? Okay.
Yes.
He responds, I have been going to school and I go to the library to do work. That's why I don't eat. I threw up last night, asked Daddy. He literally had to clean me up.
Yes.
And he says, quit assuming shit you have absolutely no clue about.
Yes.
Apologies. I felt a sudden induced feeling of mania. It's kind of like a surprise package that comes with schizophrenia.
Yes.
Do some research on it. It can help you a ton with understanding why it is I say these things at certain times.
Yes.
It's more leaning towards acute mania.
Yes.
And then you respond, I'm so glad you're going. I will keep money in your lunch account. You need to eat. Please know that I'm not assuming anything. I just don't know. Your mom and dad both blow V8 to fit their needs, so I don't know who to believe, except that I believe you when you talk to me. Have you talked to the crisis counselor your dad told me he was taking you to? If you're experiencing acute mania, you might need more than Zoloft.
Yes.
He responds, I know. I really do need something for it. I haven't gotten to a point where I've felt an instantaneous urge to hurt anyone, but I do have periods where it's heightened. These can last days to weeks for me.
Yes.
I know it's hard for y'all, really anyone to believe. I would be struggling with something like this, but it is very real.
Yes.
And then he sends you an image with some stuff circled. And then he says, I started brushing my teeth daily.
Yes.
And then you write, no, I absolutely believe you. I see you in the middle of your urges. That's why I was so glad your dad was getting you to a crisis counselor. He promised me he would.
Yeah.
What are you seeing when you see these middle of these urges to hurt people?
Well, one of the things that I see is him following up his fist and just get really tense, mostly when he would get angry with his dad or with Jenny.
Okay.
Or his mom.
Okay.
I didn't see him do that with anybody else because I never saw him around anybody else.
Right. And you're not seeing him on a daily basis,
No.
are you?
Mm-mm.
Okay. You're seeing him, what, once a month, maybe?
Sometimes more, sometimes a couple of times a month.
Sometimes a couple of times a month, but not on a daily
Depending.
basis.
No.
Okay. And then he writes, apparently she's not a crisis counselor. I wish she was. And that's the end of that. Okay. Now, going up to 5 days after that, on August 26th, were you aware of Colt having an anxiety attack at school?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Colt on the phone that night?
I talked to him at the school.
Okay.
He called me from the school while he was having his anxiety attack.
So he told you about it at that point. Did he also talk to you that night?
Yeah.
Okay. At some point during that conversation, does he ask you a question that disturbs you?
Yes.
And what was that question?
If I do something terrible, would you still love me? I think that's the way it was worded.
Okay. And do you, at that point, did you know who Nick Cruz was?
No.
Did Colt talk to you about Nick Cruz?
Not that night.
Not that night?
I went back up there and in a conversation we had a day or two later.
Okay.
We were going to McDonald's to get food, and I can't even remember how the conversation started. He asked me if I knew Nick Cruz, and I looked at him and I said, I've never heard of him. I didn't know who he was. And he looked at me and he said, "Are you serious?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, have you heard of the Parkland school shooting?" I said, "Absolutely. I read all about it, but I don't remember who did it." And he said, "Nicholas Cruz did."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "Well, how would you know about all that?" And he said, "I've been reading about it."
And you're sure that wasn't the same day that you had the conversation? And or that wasn't the same conversation?
It could have been. I can't promise you, but I do. I just vividly remember it being on the way to McDonald's.
Okay.
But I may be wrong.
Okay. If you had given a different statement on September 4th, 2024 to the GBI agent that they was in the same conversation, would that be correct?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Either way, when he asked you that question about if I did something terrible, would you still love me? And you said it bothered you. What did you do in response to that?
I asked him why he would say that, later. And I said, why would you think that I wouldn't love you? And I said, and he said, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, why would you think about doing something terrible?" And he said, "I don't know. I was just asking."
Okay.
And of course, my first thought was suicide.
Yeah, I can see that.
So I got in the car and went up there.
I just want to say, so when I was asking what you went up there?
Yeah.
So when you get this phone call, you're down at Fitzgerald.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you immediately come up here.
Mm-hmm. The next day.
Okay. And did you make any phone calls to anyone in relation to that?
I did. I called the Advantage Crisis Center in Athens.
Okay.
And talked to them and told them that I was really, really concerned that he was showing signs of manic behavior and talking about hurting, and I didn't want him to hurt himself. And she said, "Well, you can bring him in."
I'm going to get into that in a second, Your Honor. I am going to ask her that, and I will argue it at that time, but I want to do something else. She's getting a little further along than my question, so I have something else I want to go to before we get to that.
For the moment, then I'll sustain it.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm showing you what's already been tendered into evidence as State Exhibit number 161. I'm sorry, can I show you that? Showing you State Exhibit number 161. These are some already put in evidence. They're the phone records from Advantage, and it shows that a phone call was made on August 27th at 2:02 p.m. And I want you to look at the number from and tell me, is that your cell phone number?
It is.
Okay. And what is that cell phone number?
229-425-5704.
Okay. So those records reflect that you were the one that called at that time of the Advantage case.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were talking to Advantage Behavioral, did you tell them kind of what your needs were and what you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay. And were they receptive to that?
Yes.
Okay. Did they talk to you about scheduling of when it would be the most advantageous time and when would be a good time to schedule bringing Colt?
Well, she said,
without going into what they said,
yeah.
Did they talk about? Did you talk about scheduling?
Can I get you? I know you're leaning forward. Can I get you to pull the mic?
Yeah, we
Sure.
kind of bumped it.
I'm sorry. Yes.
So they talked about that?
Yes.
All right, this time I would tender what they said about scheduling, not the truth of the matter asserted, but to show what she did next, because it's talking about appointment times and things like that.
You're renewing your hearsay, Judge?
Correct.
I don't know that we need to know what they told her. You can ask her if she made an appointment or.
No, Your Honor, they told her something specific that then she went and told the defendant. And so it's what she did with that information that she got. It's not for the truth of the matter. It's what she understood the process would be to get Colt there, and then what she did with the information of how to get Colt there. Whether or not that how to get Colt there is that information is true or wrong or correct or factual doesn't matter. The instructions were given to her, and then she did acted on those instructions. So the truth of the instructions aren't as important as the fact that she received them. Well, I mean, that's going to be the evidence of the case. You want me to keep going in front of the jury, or?
Well, I thought you were indicating you said she told Mr. Gray.
Yes.
Did you say that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She then went to Mr. Gray to. Yeah.
Okay, maybe we should approach Judge Evans and argue.
State's about to ask, and the witnesses, what I understand her response to be, does not prove that what she was told by Advantage is true. It's just her testimony about what she says she was told. It doesn't mean that whatever this content is, that it's actually true. Okay. Go ahead.
So you talked to somebody at Advantage. Did they tell you who could bring a child in?
Parent.
And they told you it was a parent. Okay. Did they tell you when would be the best time to bring a child in?
Saturday morning.
Okay. Did she give a reason?
Because there's very few people in the clinic. Okay. And Coley could go on a Saturday when he couldn't go during the week.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you called Advantage on the way up or before you left or when you got here?
After I got here.
Okay. Did you call anybody else?
The counselor at the middle school.
Okay.
And high school.
At the high school. And do you know who that was?
Butler.
Okay. And did you go to meet with her?
I did.
Okay. You remember when that was?
Same day.
Okay. And do you remember what time of day it was?
It was after lunch.
Okay. And without going into the subject matter of the conversation, were you told about different services that could be provided through the school?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about when you talked to Lisa Butler, did you tell her that Colt had urges to hurt other people?
I did.
Okay. Did you tell her about violent outbursts?
I did.
Did you tell her about him cutting himself?
I did not, because I didn't know at that time.
Did you tell him anything about references to Nicholas Cruz?
No.
Did you talk about an assault rifle in the bedroom? Tell me about what happened when you left the school.
I left the school and fell after I walked out on the sidewalk and broke these 4 fingers on my left hand.
So as you're leaving the school, you actually fall and break your hand.
Uh-huh.
You have to go to the hospital,
I went to the emergency room.
and at some point, you have to then leave to go back to Fitzgerald because of that.
They told me in the hospital that I needed to see an orthopedic doctor immediately. And I didn't want to do it up here because I don't live up here. So my younger daughter called and made me an appointment with an orthopedic surgeon for Friday morning. So I left Thursday afternoon.
Thursday.
Mhm.
Did you give any instructions or say anything to Colin about Colt?
I did. The counselor had told us about a therapist who was going to be coming to the school.
Mm-hmm.
And I told Coley that they were going to send him something to fill out, which they had already sent him and he'd already filled out.
Okay.
And the counselor told me, I told her about Advantage, and she told me that.
Can't remember what she told you. What did you tell Colin?
I told him that she told me to tell Colin to wait and see the therapist first. She thought he should wait and see the therapist at the school first. So I told him that, and I also told him that I'd really like to see him go in and take him Saturday.
Okay.
But that was a decision he would make.
Okay.
But he did fill out the thing and send it back. I saw that before I left.
Okay.
And it actually, I think, gotten a response back from the therapist before I left.
Just a second. Did he tell you that he would take Colt on that Saturday?
Yes.
Okay.
No, he said, when I told him about the therapist, he said, well, maybe I'll wait and do that. And I said, well, that's up to you. I honestly I don't remember him saying that he was definitely going to take him.
I want to take your attention to September 2nd. Do you remember that day? Did you have a conversation with Colt about the graphics card again? Did you?
About what?
Did you have a text conversation with Colt again on September 2nd about the graphics card?
Yes.
Let me show you what's in. States 158. This is from Colt's phone, Your Honor. Flip through those.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And are those accurate as to the text message you're receiving?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll publish those.
Any objection? Same thing. Yeah. All right. They're admitted to be published. Specifically, I don't know if I've seen these. As I understand it, they're not, Mr. Smith, are they being offered to prove the truth of the text?
It's his
content.
state of mind, Your Honor. These are shorter than
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, their admission is to show that these were words that were said or state of mind to the extent it may. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this is him again. Now it says UTC -4.
Mm-hmm.
So that time is accurate now because that is us, UTC -4. So at 12:49, he sends you the request graphics card.
Yes.
And you say, I know I told you I would get it after the first of the month. I was assuming you would be steady going to school and getting therapy, but you were not. I honestly cannot justify the purchase when you are staying home, not trying to help yourself. I know you're going to be angry, and I'm truly sorry, but you desperately need to be in school so you don't wind up in trouble. School for 1 month, and then you can have the card. I love you the most.
Yes.
And he responds, fuck you.
Yes.
You ruined me.
Yes.
All of you.
Yes.
And drop dead.
Yes.
Okay. Did you communicate any of this to Colin?
No.
Did you have any more communications with Colt before September 4th?
I don't think so. I don't have any memory of it.
Okay. Just saying.
Nothing further this time.
Ross? Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kind of a long trip from Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your grandson.
All right.
I know you told the detectives early on that he was your heart. He was the first grandchild, correct?
Actually, he was the third, but he was the first biological grandchild.
Right. And that you couldn't help it, that you pretty much loved him the most. Okay.
Yeah.
How many statements did you give to the police, if you remember? I know you gave one in September, another one in November, another one in January. Did you give any other statements other than those?
Not that I know of.
I'm sorry?
Not that I know of.
Okay. You got a soft voice. Sometimes
I'm
it's hard
sorry.
for me to hear. No, that's fine. Now, when I want to talk about a particular time period, I know that that all of the kids lived with you for a certain period of time. And as you told us, Colin and the kids and Marcy moved out to your mother's home. How long did they live in your mother's home?
I think almost a year.
Okay.
They moved in January, I think, and they moved out in November.
And what year was that, if you remember?
Oh, gosh. 22.
Okay.
They moved down in, I don't know, it's either 20 and 21 or 21 and 22.
Okay.
I've got that on that note, but I left it in my purse outside the courtroom.
And your daughter lived in the house once Colin and Colt left. She stayed there. And as you told...
No, actually, they all left.
Okay.
And went
They
to
all
Jefferson.
left and moved to... Okay. But then she came back.
She came back with the two young ones.
With 2 children. And how long was she there with the 2 children?
She moved back down in November. And it was the next October that they gave the kids to Coley. Let Coley have them. Almost a year.
And that was that when COVID started?
No, the first
That
one
was
was when
before.
COVID started.
And when the kids moved back down with you and Marcy, did the kids enter school there?
Yes.
And you helped with that?
Yeah.
And that was what grade for Colt?
Well, Colt was with his daddy.
Okay.
Jenny was in the 6th grade.
Okay.
Coley was in the first or second. I can't remember. Second, I think.
And when all three children go back to live with Colin, did you know that they were registered in school?
No, we helped him register them when they got up there.
Okay. And did Colin talk with you about registering them in school? Okay. So y'all communicated about school and how to get them registered and that sort of thing.
And that was when I called my daughter and asked her to help.
Okay. And you helped Colin with a number of different things. He would call you about, what do I do with this and how do I handle this? Matter of fact, you co-signed for him to be able to get a truck.
I did.
Okay. And that was a truck that he got after Marcy had torn his other truck up?
Yeah. After she keyed it and he lost his job. So when he found another job, he didn't have a way to go. So I co-signed with him to buy a truck.
And when was that? What year was that she keyed his truck?
23 or 24. It was after she tied me up. It was that November. I mean, it was November. I think it might have been 23. I just honestly don't remember which at this point.
Okay. And it was a work truck that she keyed, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a company truck.
Company truck.
Brand new one.
When Colt was in the 8th grade, he was living back in Jefferson with his dad. Did Colin talk with you about how to get him homeschooling?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you help him with that?
We did. We looked into it, but all of the homeschool programs that were offered were already full. And all they could do was put them on a waiting list. Jenny wanted to do homeschool too.
And did your other daughter, Annie, help with that process too?
She did.
Do you know whether or not Colt told his father he was enrolled and he was doing the homeschool on the computer?
That I don't know.
Did you ever talk with Colt about that?
No.
Okay.
I do think that his mom told Coley that he was doing it.
And
during him.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just said I don't know about Colt saying anything about it.
During the whole time that he would have been in the 8th grade, how many times did you come up to visit then?
Not as many, maybe 5 or 6.
Okay.
Because the other kids were with me. Well, no, when he was in 8th grade, they were all up there. So I was up there about every 6 weeks.
Okay. And would you talk to Colt as well as the other children about school? Okay.
Coley and I talked a lot about it, what we could do to convince him that he needed to go. I actually talked to somebody at the school about it. They sent somebody out to the house, but nothing ever happened.
Now, when the police talked with you back in November of 2025, you indicated that your daughter, when she was living there with Jenny and Coley, she was a mess. What drugs do you know that she was on? You ended up telling the officer the drugs that you thought she was on.
I don't think she was on any after she got home because she didn't have any. She was just having withdrawal from the ones that she had been taking.
And did you tell the police that she was taking methamphetamines as well as a number of other drugs?
Tell the police?
I'm sorry?
Did I tell the police that?
In November of 2025, did you tell the police that your daughter Marcy, during that time period, was on a myriad of drugs?
She was. I don't remember telling the police that, but I do know she was on a myriad of drugs.
Page 148.
My memory won't even allow me to remember talking to the police.
No, you can't read my handwriting. Just don't even think about that. I'm going to show you this area right here. Just get you to read that
Okay.
yourself.
God, I said that. I just don't remember I don't remember talking to the police about it.
Okay.
But maybe I did. I just.
Okay. It's been since September 25.
Yeah. But I should remember that. September 25. Was that related to when she tied me up?
I'm sorry.
Was that a meeting with the police after she tied me up?
Well, you met with the officers after the incident
Okay,
back in September.
yeah, okay,
You remember that?
yeah.
Okay, all right. And you told us earlier about the situation where Marcy tied you up. Did you hear the telephone conversation where Marcy called Colin and told him that she was going to kill him and Colt?
No, she, once she tied me up, she left and went to the other end of the house.
Okay.
And she was in and out. I could hear her banging and breaking things, but I couldn't hear a phone conversation.
You didn't hear did you hear that she was on the phone but didn't know what she said?
No, I didn't even hear her on the phone.
Okay. You told the police that she had, and this is going back to September of last year, that she had threatened to kill not only Colin, but Colt as well.
Yeah, she told me that.
She told you that?
Yeah, I don't know if she told Coley or not, but she told me that.
And she told who?
Me.
Okay. Do you know whether she told Colin that?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know whether she told Colt that?
He called me and was upset about it, so somebody told him, but I didn't.
Okay. So Colt called you and was upset that his mother threatened to kill him.
But it was not then, it was a few days later. Sorry.
That's okay. That's pretty understandable, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was upset because she had threatened to kill him and he didn't understand why she would want to kill him.
And were you concerned about that?
I was concerned about her saying it. I really didn't put a whole lot of merit in her doing it because she didn't have a gun. But we did call Coley. I think Annie called him and told him she was on her way up there. Or I did, I don't remember. I didn't because I couldn't find my phone.
Okay.
Annie must have.
So he was called and told about what was said.
Mm-hmm.
Did any of the other children know that, Jenny and Coley?
No, I don't know.
Okay. You told us also, the state asked you about some incidents where Marcy and Colt apparently got into it, and she told you that he had stabbed a couch. Is that right? You were not present. Did Colt ever tell you that he did that, or was it just Marcy?
Just Marcy.
Just Marcy. So the only information that you got about him doing that was from Marcy. Marcy always tell you the truth?
No.
You told us also that you had bought Colt a phone. Do you remember approximately when you did that?
It was after he went up to live with his dad when he was in the 7th. When I brought Marcy and the other kids down.
Okay.
A couple of weeks after that, I bought him one.
Would that have been in 23?
Yeah.
2023?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And as you indicated, you and he would converse on the telephone. You would text and also call and talk. How often would you talk with him on the phone?
Not very often, maybe once a week.
Okay. And how about texting?
About the same. Actually, he called more than he texted.
Okay. You told the police that that Colt was a bright kid.
Yeah. Yes,
Very
sir.
smart. Knew a lot about computers. Very manipulative. Because he knew how to get things out of you. And if he pitched a fit, then you were going to get it for him usually.
Yes.
Okay. So he would use that to manipulate. If he wanted something you weren't getting it, he'd act really angry.
Yeah.
Be fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you with him when he'd do that, or would he do that primarily over the phone?
Mostly over the phone.
Okay. Was there ever a time that he got angry when you were there about not buying him something?
Not that I can recall.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean it didn't happen.
All right. So the only times you remember are things that he would put in text messages or phone calls about the anger.
Yes.
Is that right? Now, when you would come up here, would you go to church with Colin and the kids?
I went once or twice, but most of the time after they moved up here and started, I would come during the week rather than the weekend.
Okay. But you
They
knew that they were attending church.
Yeah. I had been with them several times. It was a great church.
All right. And you knew that Colin was working full time.
Yes.
You knew that he didn't drink anymore.
Yes.
Did you know anything about the job that he had here? What his work schedule was, how often he'd be away from home?
He'd be away from home every day. They wanted him to work on Saturdays, and he would usually leave the house 6:30 after he got little Coley on the bus, get home at 6 o'clock.
Okay.
At night.
And did you know that he took Coley to school, and then the older kids would have to catch the bus later?
Catch the bus.
So he would not be there when Colt would be supposed to be going to school. And from your experience, you found out firsthand that Colt didn't always tell the truth about going to school.
Absolutely.
Okay, because one of these text messages, he was saying that he was at school, and actually he was in the house. And would he do that often? Would he say he was going to school?
He told me every time I asked him he was.
Okay. Did he ever say anything about liking the new school, Apalachee High School? Did he say anything to you about that? Some of these text messages are about Zoloft. Zoloft is for anxiety. And did you believe that he suffered from depression and anxiety?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so therefore, was it your idea or Marcy's idea to give him Zoloft?
Well, Marcy brought it up, and I didn't necessarily support it, but I didn't fight her on it. I didn't try to talk her out of it.
That was not something that Colin suggested.
No.
And how long had Marcy been giving him Zoloft?
She started giving it to him after she went up, when she left rehab. August? No, she left sometime in July.
Okay.
I don't know how long after that she started giving it to him, but.
Okay. July or August of
It was July
24?
because it was around the 10th, I think, of July.
Now, you told us that during the 20 years of 24 and 25, that you would come up at least once a month.
I tried to.
And would you talk to Colt more during that period of time than you did earlier?
Yeah.
So you and he would have numbers of conversations. You told us about Christmas. Was it Christmas of 24 or Christmas of 23? I think it came out Christmas of 23, but it was actually Christmas of 24 that he got the gun, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And after he got the gun, did he talk with you about getting things for him for the gun?
No, he just talked about bullets. I mean, getting bullets for it. Yeah.
Did you end up buying him a strap for the gun?
Buying what?
A strap? You remember getting him anything other than bullets?
I don't, but that, he could have ordered it on Amazon and I just,
okay.
But I don't think I did. But I honestly, I'd have to go back and check my Amazon order.
I'm sorry?
I said, I'll have to go back and check my Amazon orders.
Okay. So would he order sometimes things on Amazon without you knowing?
No, not usually.
Okay.
I usually did the ordering. I didn't let him get on it. But that doesn't mean he didn't do it.
Right.
At some point in time.
Do you know how many bullets you got him?
No, I got him, I think 2 of those things that you put in the gun, magazines, is that what they call them?
Okay.
I think I got him 2 of those or 3, whatever you could get for $100 or less.
Okay.
Because I had given him $100 for his birthday.
So it may have been magazines that you put the bullets in?
No, they were bullets.
Okay.
They were, I don't know, they were just in a box.
All right. I don't know. But you don't recall at this point anything else that you may have purchased?
No.
How about for his computer? You buy him things for the computer?
I did. He liked to take them apart and add new things to them and make them stronger and bigger. And so I actually bought his computer. Marcy asked me if I would get it. Well, actually, she said we would get it together. He wanted one really bad, so I got it.
Was he good with putting the computers together, building things with it, or do you know?
Was he good at what?
Good with matching components up with.
Oh, yeah. He'd take them apart and put them back together.
Okay. Did he ever talk with you, or did you ever get any information about him being on what we call the dark web?
No.
Okay. Do you even know what the dark web
No,
is?
no, until I heard about the Discord when the FBI.
Well, the whole web to me is dark, so
yeah,
I understand. But he never talked to you about it.
No.
The police also asked you about, I think you told the police that you came down a couple of months before this incident, or maybe a little before that, and cleaned his room.
And what?
Colt's room.
Cleaned his room?
Mm-hmm. And I think you told him when you cleaned the room, you remember seeing the gun was in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And they asked you about what was on the wall. You remember telling them that there was a kind of a flag and a picture of a girl?
Mm-hmm. Looked like a clown.
All right.
Girl with rainbow hair.
And was there anything else on the wall?
There were others on the wall, yeah. But
what-
I didn't look at them. They were all a little dark. I have macular and I don't see well. And he kept his room real dim. But I saw the one of the girl because it was right by the light.
Okay.
And she had on like a pink outfit and rainbow hair.
Okay.
But he did have others on there.
I'm
Also,
sorry.
he did have other posters on his wall.
Okay. And you didn't know what those were?
I really didn't even look at them.
The times that you were there and you indicated that you saw the gun a few times when you were there, did you see anything different on the wall each time you saw the gun? Okay.
I just didn't pay attention. Like I said, he's had posters on his wall all these years, and it was usually dark when I'd go in. He wouldn't have anything on but his monitor. And I'd flip the light switch on, but it was a real dim wattage. And I just, it was just all dark to me.
And did you see anything that you thought might be disturbing on the wall? Okay.
Nothing but the gun.
I'm sorry. Nothing but the gun.
gun.
You knew that that Colin had purchased this gun. Do you know when he bought it?
He bought it, I think maybe in November,
Okay.
before Christmas.
Bought it before Christmas?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you there when he gave it to Colt?
No, he gave it to him at Christmas.
Okay. You were not there at Christmas?
No, I didn't come up until a couple of days after Christmas.
So you don't have any idea what Colin may have told Colt about the gun?
No.
State went over a number of text messages with you. Did you ever share any of those text messages with Colin?
No.
One of the text messages was Colt saying that she lied. I didn't say anything about killing you. That came from Marcy. Is that right? And Colt indicated that he did not say that.
He would not what?
Colt said he did not say that. Is that correct? Okay. Did you share that text with Colin?
No.
I know we heard about the graphics card also. He got upset with you again because you weren't buying him what he wanted. Okay. And every time he would go through this scenario, would you have another conversation and he'd tell you that he loved you? Okay. So we're just kind of his modus operandi to try to get you to buy something.
That's right.
When he talked about hurting someone, did you tell that to Colin?
I don't think I did.
But you said you told that to the counselor at the school.
Yeah. And if I told Coley, I don't remember.
All right. And you also told us that on the 27th, when you went over to talk about the therapy, they told you that the best time would have been Saturday. They didn't tell you that was the only time.
No, they said you could come anytime. And I said, well, Coley works all week. And she said Saturday would be better because most people don't even know we're open on Saturday.
Okay.
And she could get him in, he could get him in real quick.
So Saturday would be the best time, but he could come anytime.
Yeah.
Because they're available anytime. And did you tell that to Colin?
I did.
You never had another conversation with Colt after September the 2nd. Is that correct?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You also told us that you got some forms from the school and you gave those to Colin and he filled them out and turned them in.
Actually, they emailed them to him.
Email. Okay. And did he tell you that he had filled them out?
Yeah, he filled them out before I even left to go home.
Okay,
And
so-
I think he had gotten a response back from the therapist too.
So he had done that quickly.
Yeah, and he was supposed to, Colt was supposed to see her on Thursday.
Okay. I just wanted to clear up, who called you to ask you to come and pick Marcy up?
Colt.
Colt. Okay, it was not Colin?
No.
It was Colt.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And it was you and your husband and Marcy that came up. Well,
No.
Marcy was already
Yeah,
here,
Marcy
I'm
was
sorry.
here, yeah.
But it was you and your husband to get Marcy.
Yeah.
And when y'all came in the house, did you go to his room?
To Colt's
Colt's?
room? Mm-mm. I thought he was in school.
Okay.
And he always kept his door shut, so I never even checked.
And where was Marcy?
Marcy was in the living room when we got there.
Okay. And Marcy didn't even know that he had gone to school or had not gone to school?
Apparently not. Or if she did, she didn't say anything.
Okay. After that, when you went to pick her up, she wasn't real happy about that, was she? Did you and she talk at all after that much?
About what had happened?
About anything?
On the way home, not much.
And after you got home, did she discuss with you anything that Colt may have told her? Not saying what he told her, but did she discuss anything that Colt had told her?
She told me that Colt had gotten angry with her and had shoved her and had gotten his gun and pushed her with the gun.
Did she tell you that she had gotten the gun?
No.
Okay. So you weren't there, and that was just her
No.
statement.
That's right, both of them. I wasn't there for any of it.
Okay. And the question is, after you got back home with Marcy, did she ever discuss anything that Colt may have told her during any of the time period leading up to September the 4th?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir. So when you bought those bullets for Colt, wasn't that with the defendant's permission?
Yeah.
Okay. And now you said earlier that you, on the way up after Colt had told you that, asked you, would you still love me if I did something terrible? You called Advantage Crisis in Athens. Where did you get that information about that place existing?
From Marcy.
And had she been searching for places like that?
She had found that one.
Okay.
And she said she thought it was probably the best one for him.
And why is that? What was special about this place?
Because it was in-house. They would take him immediately and they would keep him whatever length of time they felt they needed to figure out what was going on.
So it was an inpatient kind of place?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you in conversations with Colin during this time period about Colt needing to be inpatient?
Yeah, well, I don't remember if we discussed being inpatient. We had discussed at length trying to find some therapy for him.
But that's why Advantage was the place that you were looking for because of the inpatient. And then when you talked to Advantage, did you describe to them Colt's symptoms and his issues? And did they tell you that they would be able to help him? I'm sorry, it's just a yes thing again.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
They said Colin could just walk in the door with him.
Okay. And it didn't have to be that Saturday.
No.
It could be any day.
Yeah.
And you told Colin that he could take him at any time.
Well, I told him that Saturday was the best day for him to take him because there wasn't anybody there. I really didn't say you could take him anytime.
But you told him Saturday.
He
worked during the week, so Saturday just sounded like a good idea. Okay. And you asked him to please take him that Saturday.
I told him I didn't ask him to please. I told him I thought it would be a good idea if he did. But if he didn't, to make sure that he went to school Thursday so he could see the therapist.
Right, because the therapist at the school doesn't work if Colt's not at school.
Yeah.
When the situation that you were talking about on Cross where Colt shoved Marcy to the ground while he was holding the rifle, did Colin text you that day saying, I need you to call, I'm at work, something's happening at the house? You remember that?
He did text me that, but I don't remember if it was that day, but yeah.
Okay, so he was aware of that incident.
Oh, I don't know. I don't remember when he texted me to call him.
Okay.
I don't remember if it was that day or not.
Okay. Do you remember him telling you about the shoving down? Colin telling you about it?
No, I just remember Colt telling me.
Okay. You don't remember Colin texting you?
I don't.
It's a lot of stuff happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that sometimes
you're
you're
be in my text?
okay? Is it fair to say that sometimes your memory's not?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
76. Yes.
Is it possible that sometimes you can I'm trying to think of the word. I'm getting older too. You confuse different issues, different times with, and sometimes put the same things at the same time that were different.
That's kind of leading. I'm 83 and I feel for it, but still.
Yes, Your Honor. We're talking.
The reword question.
Well, Your Honor, I do believe I'm allowed to lead a little bit when we're talking about her lack of memory and not being able to answer the questions I'm giving. I'm allowed a little bit of leeway under those circumstances.
Well, just re-ask the last, reword the last question.
Is it possible that you have issues sometimes putting two different memories together?
Yes. Okay. But if I can continue, I do remember Coley and I communicating that day.
Okay.
Because I remember him saying, please don't bring Charlie up here with you. That's my husband, because he was afraid something would happen, which was a valid fear.
And that's the day that Colt shoved Marcy down.
I remember now. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Just a couple of things. That reminds me. You knew that Colt and his dad, Colin, went hunting.
Mm-hmm.
You knew that Colt had killed his first deer back in, was it 23 or 24?
23, I think.
And matter of fact, they sent you a video of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you knew that his dad and Colt bonded over hunting.
Mm-hmm.
They did other things. They played golf, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But that was one thing that they bonded over, was shooting. And did Colin tell you that he would take Colt to the firing range?
Okay. I'm going to check this beyond the scope of regret.
Well, he brought up the bullets.
It is, but I'm going to allow it. Go ahead.
That's all I had here.
Okay. You should be excused.
Please, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Come
you.
through.
Free to go. Yep.
Thank you.
Who is the state's next witness?
Vicki Lee, Your Honor. Did you need to take a break before?
No, sure. You need a restroom break, or raise your hand if you do. Listen now.
State called Vicki Lee, the stand, Your Honor. Just put back the evidence. Could you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony given in the now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, not the truth, so be God.
Yes.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself for the jury, please.
My name is Vicki Lee.
And where do you work, ma'am?
I currently used to work for Advantage Behavioral Health
Okay. And where is that located at?
in Athens, Georgia.
And what does Advantage Behavioral Health do?
It is a mental health facility, and we do behavioral health assessments on ages from 4 up until whatever adult age, but we do mental health evaluations there and also substance abuse evaluations.
Okay. And what did you do when you worked there?
I was the business manager. I was the manager of the clinic
Okay. And where was that located at?
in Athens, Georgia.
Okay. Do you have a phone system at Advantage Behavioral?
We do.
Okay. And does this record calls when they come in? Not the contents of them, but record like the numbers of who called and what time they called?
We do.
Okay. And are they kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
And do they do this recording contemporaneous in time as to when it happens?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to show you what Mark states in 161. Yes, if you identify that, I think what we're going to be looking for is page 3.
Okay.
Are those business records from Advantage?
It is.
Okay. And were those given out as a result of a subpoena from our office? Okay.
Yes, they were.
And was there a phone call made on August 27th? Excuse me.
No objection, 161. No objection.
It's already in evidence, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Yes, there was a phone call. That was me.
Okay. And what was the phone number that it came from?
I can see on here, but I don't remember specifically, but there's a number here. If you wanted me to read that one, but I don't know specifically.
Yes.
The number that it came from was 229-425-5704.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I know you don't know the contents of that, but let's talk a little bit about Advantage Behaviorals. Are y'all open on Saturdays?
Yes, we are.
Okay. If someone was to bring in a child of 14, what would be the procedure for that?
Typically, what happens is we get all of their information. We always do, every child that comes in, we always do a behavioral health assessment.
Okay.
So that's the primary thing that comes in. If there's anything else that happens after that, we will make that decision at that time.
Okay. Do they have to be brought in by a parent?
They do.
Okay. If someone were to bring in on a Saturday, or do they need an appointment to come in?
No, you don't need an appointment.
Okay. For this behavioral assessment, what would happen if someone, if a child around the age of 14 came in and presented with symptoms that they were cutting themselves with a knife?
Typically, at that particular time, once we do the behavioral health assessment with the therapist, typically, more than likely, we will require a mandated referral to a psychiatric hospital, which what we typically call is a 1013. They are not allowed to leave our facility unless they have to take them to that psychiatric hospital. They are not allowed to leave our facility until that has been done.
Okay.
Thank you for
what if they
subscribing
presented
to
with physical violence to
Keep our
parents, such as
algorithm
pushing
high
or
by
hitting?
hitting the like button now and use hashtag sinners
If
in the
we
chat
have
to
deemed
win
that
a free
is
membership.
it is an unsafe environment, we don't allow the child to go back with that parent because we do
Thank
believe
you for
that the child
subscribing
needs to
to at
be
Southern
safe and it
Sin.
needs to be a
Keep our
safe environment
algorithm
also
high by hitting the
between the
like
child
button
and the
now
parent.
and use hashtag sinners
What about
in the
property
chat
damage, like if
to
the child was
win a free
breaking,
membership.
putting holes in doors or breaking windows?
All of those would be concerning to a therapist at our facility. Also, if they're having the conversations with the parent and also the child, sometimes at that point we do make that recommendation to be 1013.
Okay. And again, 1013 is inpatient.
Yes, it is.
What about if the child presented with panic attacks?
That would not necessarily require a 1013, but it just determines what is actually discussed with that therapist at the time.
What if they said phrases like, I have no control over what these things say and tell me to do?
So those are type of situations or conversations that we primarily would look at. Those types of things, we would kind of at that particular time kind of decide if that child would need to go to a psychiatric facility. Most of what we do is homicidal ideation, suicidal ideations. If it is a plan, they have a plan and things of that nature. Those are typically red flags for us.
Okay. What if you find out they have a specific fascination with school shooters?
That would definitely be a red flag for us.
Okay. And what if you found out they also had access to firearms?
That would be a red flag too.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Miss Lee. For the jury, what's a custodian of records? What is a custodian of records?
Medical records.
Well, you said you're the custodian of records for Advantage Behavioral Health?
I'm the business manager for
Business manager.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So you're familiar with the records at that practice?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your educational background?
So as far as my education, I do have education in medical billing and coding.
Okay.
So I do have an associate degree in that.
Okay. And I don't mean this, but just to make sure I'm not getting the roles mixed up, you're not a therapist at Advantage
I am
Behavioral
not a
Health?
therapist,
Okay.
no, but I've managed a
Perfect.
therapist, yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that must be fun. Okay. So according to this, there were 3 phone calls from this particular phone number. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then it lists the duration of the phone calls by seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But as you testified earlier, you're not sure what the contents of those were.
Once we were able to talk to the staff, it was determined that what happened was we got a phone call from someone inquiring about I don't know if I'm supposed to say the names or not, but they called about him. They called our crisis line, which we do have an on-site psychiatric facility. So that call was transferred to our main office, which we service kids.
And how are you able to determine that?
Determine what exactly?
Well, you just said that someone called about this particular person and it was forwarded to this particular, where are you getting that information from?
So we got it from the phone records.
From the phone records, but how do you know what the contents of the phone call was?
Because we can actually hear the recording.
Oh, you have a recording of it.
Well, not this right here, but yes, our phone calls are recorded.
Your phone calls are recorded, but you don't have any recordings of these 3 phone calls? Is that correct?
Not that, to my knowledge, they don't.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
But I do know that this was talking to our staff. They do recall the conversations, the call that was transferred to them. They all remember.
Who was the staff you spoke to?
I didn't speak to, I don't remember. These people no longer work there.
All right. So Judge, I'm going to object that would be hearsay. And I would ask that to be struck and the jury be instructed not to consider that.
You have a response?
I didn't listen. I wasn't asking the question.
I understand. I mean, testimony has to be based on personal knowledge. I'll ask the jury to disregard the comments that came from staff.
Okay. Now, you were talking about a 1013, which is an involuntary commitment.
It's not involuntary. It is voluntary.
It is voluntary.
Yes.
So you can't hold the person
For
if they
a
don't want to
child,
be there?
for a child, we can't.
Okay.
Because we are not allowed to let that child leave our facility once we have 1013 now.
Okay. And you said that could be based on an unsafe environment.
It can be. It
Okay.
just determines what the therapist decides at that particular time. If they feel like it's an unsafe, if the child is going to do harm to himself or others at
Right.
that particular time, yes.
Okay. And that would obviously be based on conversations with the child and with whoever else was there. Is that
Right.
correct? Okay. And when you were referencing an unsafe environment in regards to who you had been given some examples by the state, if one parent was abusing the child, that would be considered an unsafe environment.
It would be.
Okay. Now, is it still considered an unsafe environment once that parent has been removed, for example, from that home by, say, defects?
It would not be if that particular parent was still, if that parent is still in the home, of course, it would be an
Of
unsafe
course.
environment.
Okay. All right. And if you interviewed a child and he or she presented no symptoms, that child would not be 1013,
No,
correct?
but we do have a safety plan. We do have to have a safety plan. Anytime anyone comes into our facility, we do have to have a safety plan in order for them to leave.
So everyone, well, let me clarify that first before we move on. So anyone that comes in for some information gets a safety plan, or does there have to be a screening first?
Once you're being seen, if you do speak with a therapist and we do a behavioral health assessment,
Okay.
at that particular time, we always develop a safety plan.
So everyone gets a safety plan
If
who
you
sees
do.
a therapist?
Yes.
Okay. And you said y'all are open typically on Saturdays.
We are.
Are you open on holidays as well?
We are typically open on holidays, as far as like Thanksgiving, Christmas.
Right.
Now, our office is not open, but our inpatient hospital is 24 hours.
Okay. And so you'd be open, obviously, Monday through Friday as well.
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
They're gonna ask you to be excused.
All right, thank you, man. Feel free to go.
It's pretty long.
Okay. I think I see a hand anyway, is that right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a 10 to 15 minute break.
out because I didn't do that.
We need more time to do that.
I just.
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live.
And she has not yet arrived. We are in the process of, I guess, locating her. We believe she is 10 minutes away based on our efforts to find her. So Mr. Hobbs and I were discussing kind of other options. She would be our last witness for the day. He does not believe that he would get through his cross today if I started my direct.
I can share with the court the crosses. This is going to be our longest cross-examination. It's probably going to be at least 2, if not 3 hours.
Okay.
If not more.
And it's up to the court. I don't necessarily have a problem with starting her and ending on Monday. I also don't have a problem if you want to do it a different way. Our issue is I just haven't laid eyes on her yet. So
what do you anticipate the bid notebooks that I mentioned before with him reviewing ahead of time?
I have at least another day of witnesses before we get to her. Maybe a day and a half, maybe 2 days.
So there's little we can accomplish with the jury anyway.
fairly lengthy, except for one, I believe.
And I know that we had talked about jury charges, but obviously things that accelerated. We'll have those to you first thing Monday morning.
Okay.
We have the dates, but we anticipate having ours ready Monday morning.
Thank
So
you.
you can start.
Yes.
looking at them. Yes, first.
All right. Is there any reason I shouldn't release the jury today?
Not if you want to be done by 4:30.
But we would ask that we remain in the courtroom
We will remain.
so that we can address Ms. Gray.
I think we'll have enough time to go through the book and everything and make whatever objection.
Yeah. Get started on that.
All right. Is there anything you want me to tell the jury other than just?
Just tell me you have some lawyer stuff to do. They're gonna get an early release on Friday.
Just tell them the state can't get their witness here.
Oh, well, we're getting her here. It's may take a little longer than we thought.
We just don't know what party.
Judge, when she does get here, I think you're gonna have to charge her with the fact that she is still married to Colin, so there is a marital privilege. She's gonna have to waive that on the record. So I think we need to, I don't know whether she needs a lawyer with her to do that, but I think we need to do that when she gets here.
I don't believe that is the case, Your Honor. I don't think legally she has to waive the marital privilege on the record. I think that would be something, an antiquated view of that statute. I think it has changed since then.
Well, it's been a minute since I looked at it, so I'm gonna look at it and,
We just did that on another murder case that I had. Wife testified.
all right, if you want to go ahead and bring them in. Y'all can see. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no additional witnesses or evidence that's going to be presented this afternoon. There's some evidentiary things the lawyers are going to work on. So we're going to have to stop early. You've been very dedicated this week. I do appreciate it. I want you to know that. If you'll just relax and enjoy your weekend. See you Monday morning as usual. Again, stay off social media, don't watch the news. Be careful with your text messages and don't discuss the case. Y'all have a good week.
You too.
You're watching At Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
Hit us in the chat if you think the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Thank you for subscribing to At Southern Sin. Keep our algorithm high by hitting the like button now and use hashtag sinners in the chat to win a free membership.
there may be a break?
Yes. Bring along.
You're watching At Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back.
So, listen, there's some concern. You were the next witness, and you weren't here when they were ready to call you.
Yes, sir.
So there's so we sent the jury home, bring them back Monday morning. You would be the first witness Monday morning.
Yes, sir.
There's some concern about you appearing. I just want you to understand you're under a subpoena, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So
I will be driving myself on Monday, so other family members won't be involved.
just be aware, you're under subpoena, it still applies for Monday, I don't know specifically what day it told you to be here, but,
Sure.
You don't want to be held in contempt for not coming, you don't want deputies to be sent out to find you.
Oh, no.
You don't want to be put in jail for contempt.
I'll be here on Sunday.
All right, so you should be here by 8:15 Monday morning.
Sure,
Okay,
absolutely.
and then check in with the DA's office when you get here.
Yes, sir.
Anything else we need to address with Ms. Gray?
Nothing was there.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, anything that y'all need me to do to help pave the path for a smooth presentation on Monday? I know y'all may need to look at some things, you may need to talk, but we're not ready for me to do anything, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I think you indicated the larger notebooks that y'all needed to review, that's not being presented until, it's not on Monday.
Correct, it'll be Tuesday or Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're gonna,
I'm going through it right now anyway, just
right,
get
get
a good
started.
idea of where
As long as the deputies will let us do like this.
This is not one of
Okay.
These are the school records. This isn't one.
Yeah.
Column.
I was gonna go through these two.
Are there any, with respect to Ms. Gray, are there any objectionable documents that you're gonna need rulings on that could take time like some of these others have?
Probably not. I think we've kind of gone.
For Ms. Gray?
Yeah, for Miss Gray.
I don't believe
We've
so
gone through
for-
most of it.
I don't believe so for Ms. Gray.
Right.
And I think for the remainder of the witnesses, other than Investigator Gilliland, we won't be introducing much evidence beyond interviews. Right about that.
All right. So anything else y'all need to do for?
One quick thing, with
one of the deputies in the state.
Okay. Need to address.
No, sir.
All right, well, I hope y'all have a good weekend. You too. We're adjourned for the day.
Nice weekend. Thank you.
Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to at Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.